땅이자 친구인 마법소녀께서는
Greetings, welcome to the Strangeland. My name is Rogel. I am, have been, and always will be your very own stranger. And my internet decided to be fucky half an hour before the stream launched.
밤이 되었지만 퇴근할 수 없다네. 본인의 담당이자 친구인 마법소녀께서는 이제부터가 본격적인 정의 집행의 시작일 테니까 직원으로서 도와야지 않겠는가? 피곤하긴 하네만.
So there's a collab. Aside from that, let me say hi to Vay first. Maybe wait for the listeners to get in here. Hello Vay, how are you? So, there's a collab. That's about all I really know about it. Well, I know who's up for grabs for the collab. And, yeah, someone talked me into pulling these on stream, which, might take a bit, but that's what I do. I have a stockpile that should be sufficient, but the word should is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
오늘은 경보가 울리지 않으려나? 이 무슨 무서운 생각을? 아니, 별일 안 일어나서 심심하다던가 그런 생각을 하진 않았다네.
Why are you going wow, Vay? Nice. I wish I had an appropriate thing I could do for when I actually pull it within 200 pulls. Because the way my luck usually works is if I endeavor to do something embarrassing in exchange for good luck, it usually goes through. The problem is I don't know what's embarrassing enough to do on stream that wouldn't also get me taken off stream. But how much longer do I want to wait? Because I do want to get a fucking move on. And yup, Kim Ji-hoon being very fucking clear here that this is in fact not how things usually work. I'm gonna give him 2 minutes, and if he doesn't show up by then he'll just have to miss the start of the pulls. As far as pulling strategy goes, I am willing to put down 40-10 pulls on this. If I somehow don't manage to get all 3 egos by then, I'll be really fucking upset. I shouldn't have said that. Now it's gonna fucking happen, isn't it? What are the probabilities? Out of curiosity. Should be top right. So that's 1/3 of that's times that by 3. So 0.65% per pull. That's not fantastic odds, but I should be able to pull 1 in fucking 400 pulls. I say that, but you know. Alright. Elusive, I'm sorry, but you knew I was streaming. Alright, let's begin. As far as gacha ritual goes, always return to the extract manual instead of heat pulling it after. You know what? Sure, why not? Doesn't make a difference, but if I, but you know, maybe if you believe it will. Well, shit, there's something.
그대께서 새로운 영감을 불러와 주시겠는가?
Hey, Elusive.
그렇지 않다면
You missed 20 pulls and Ring Yi-sung apparently. Alright. This one's done.
이상이요. 조금 조용히 하도록 하지.
Another Yi-sung. This better not be a trend. That looks promising. No, it doesn't. You're looking for blue. Nice to know. I wonder if that's the gacha color in Arknights, or if that's just. Well, there's our blue. Okay, I officially cannot get locked out. Who is it? It's Faust.
멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
You know, it's kind of a shame that she doesn't actually use the fucking sword. It does kind of look like an antenna, doesn't it? Fluid Calgia? Maybe not. Alright. I officially cannot get fucked. Now, am I spending the whole 400 pulls? Because if I am, we'll be here for a while. Really? Priest Tracker? At the end of this, I don't think I'll need ego boxes again. Or ego shot boxes, rather. Hey, look, an ID. Okay. Why do I keep getting Blood Fiend IDs? I already have these. I don't know about that one, Valiant. I might actually use the fucking boxes. Another yellow one. Two, 3-star ID.
준비되었습니다. 제가 앞장서도록 하죠.
Ooh. Right over soap. Huh.
명령은
Wells?
경청하고 있어요. 그저
Oh,
감히
from
상급자와
Sinclair.
눈이 맞지 않도록 시선을 아래로 둘 뿐.
Honestly, the only reason I'm cool with sinking this many pulls on this is because of what I'll get as collateral for the actual things I'm pulling for. It sure is neat that Thumb Sinclair will just kill himself if he fails a skill check. For the Trevor team is fair. Alright, who is it this time?
처음으로 숨통이 튀었던 순간을 기억하나요?
For a Colgia Faust.
지금이군요.
I did want that one. But, not right now. Alright. I wish I knew what to offer the fucking Chaos Gods. Because I don't want to be like, I'll let chat decide something embarrassing for me to do, because I don't even know what's in my ability to do. Alright. Let's do this shit. What a pity. That's a terrible joke. You know what would have been really funny is if this one was the second ego. Someone fucking clip
곱게
that!
접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 한획 용이 되어 빈 벼로에 남았구나.
Oh my god! Please clip that and send me the clip. I guess I found the embarrassing thing to do. I don't ever use these markers, but Jesus fucking Christ, what the hell was that? Alright, Rigger, come in here.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마라.
You know, I don't know how I've never noticed this, but this ego reminded me that Gregor wears glasses. And that is perhaps the dumbest thing I've said. Alright. Let's whip these motherfuckers. Might as well thread spin them too. Do I max them out? I'm gonna leave them at 3 for now. Now, I was warned to maybe consider not using Lord Honglu, but I'm gonna bring him until I run into actual problems. And then I might stop. You do think that Command Meltdown does have a niche, especially in NDHE. That's fair. I mean, Fluid Sac is the healing ego. The problem is sometimes it just does not win clashes. And sometimes you really need your ego to win a fucking clash. Anyway. 8.5 EX. Pilgrimage of Compassion. Let's begin. So what I know is just turn this shit on hard. Because I have the level 55 people. So the Unknown Sea. Clear within 10 turns. Well, that's a good start. Just because it's a healing ego that rolls a 30 unconditionally and a 33 really easily. Nice. 33 is kinda low in NDHE though. Like, you need to roll 60 in MDHE. But I guess that you mean at base. I think the bigger problem with a healing ego in MDHE is that if your people are damaged, they're probably dead. I beg your pardon? Okay, I don't know what I was expecting, but apparently I'm only bringing the people... Well, no, that's his song. Where are these four here? Oh!
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
Time for the fucking title. Bad voice actor versus unknown voices. What the fuck is going on? I'm kind of disappointed this wasn't voice acted. I mean, this isn't coming back, so you might as well have... Anyway, I was exploring a lobotomy corporation branch when... What? Are we just passively exploring lobotomy corp branches? Are we not even mentioning those anymore? My consciousness sinks into the depths. The sense of cognition, itself a concept without form, floats into shadow of an ever-widening river, swept up in its currents to nowhere. When we ran into an abnormality, but Sada told us that Hongyuan's lobotomy core branch should be free of any abnormalities. The abnormality, which had appeared out of nowhere, was more otherworldly than we'd encountered so far in our journey, and deep blue. It was fathomously blue and seemed to have a pull that endlessly drew us into itself. I'll scoot it over a bit so that I can see my fucking mic bar moving. Blue star? That would be weird. Also, shouldn't Blue Star be in the library? Just as I was about to recall this abnormality, a myriad of sceneries and a flood of incalculable thoughts crashed into my mind like wild waves before heading away from its shores. I was already lost and adrift somewhere within my own consciousness when I realized just how long am I going to be adrift? I see. The sensation of my own consciousness floating away is quite the unfamiliar one. I floated about in that strange state for a while. Then, an unfamiliar voice seizes my aimlessly drifting consciousness. Are you Dante? Huh? The fog of my vision clears as the voice breaks through the waves, and a concerned expression comes into view. Yes, I am. Ah! What a relief! Gregor, I think Dante has come too! So, who are... I was about to ask further questions to this stranger with particularly long animal-like ears, but... I have a really crackhead question. Is the reason this collab took that long from announcement to now just because Kim Ji-hoon wanted it to be Kanto 8 so that it could be in the place with all the Heisho? I felt the drowsiness coursing back with the terrifying memories of the dream, rendering me unable to speak. I have to get a hold of this. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, I barely managed to wake myself from slumber to get a grasp of my surroundings, only to find myself surrounded by more unfamiliarity. There was that stranger from earlier, sitting atop a rock and silently taking in the sights, a young girl who probably saved my life. Wait, so were those animal ears after all? Okay, that's not important right now. I have to prioritize figuring out just where in the world I ended up in. I mean, you should be used to animal ears by now. We've dealt with the Heisho all fucking Kanto. So where... We're standing by the Iberian coastline. How are you feeling? A little out of it, but I'm okay otherwise. Iberia, huh? Yes, we're in Iberia. Normally, I really hate it when people voice act with extremely high-pitched voices, but that's kind of what our pitch is, so I don't know what to do. Well, given that we're next to an ocean, maybe I drifted all the way to Eucorp's Great Lake? Iberia was an unfamiliar name, but that was all I had to go on, given that the city was still full of more unknowns than knowns to me. You think the Heisho only get the animal features when they take their boluses? I mean, at the very least, the adepts have to take suppression boluses, so at some point the boluses do kind of become permanent. Or at least semi-permanent. I radioed your colleagues when you briefly woke up earlier. They'll be here any minute. I see. Wait, my colleagues? You must have run into the sinners then. The fog of my mind immediately cleared as soon as I realized that the sinners were all nowhere to be seen. Sinners? I have a question. Is this something that Naiga did, or does she actually just have Rhode Island stitched onto her scarf? I think so. I ran into them earlier. They were looking all over the place for someone with a clock for their head. It was a pretty unique description, so I could tell right away that you were the person they were looking for. So this clock head does come in handy. Manager Bud! Dante! I'd woken up in an unfamiliar place to an unfamiliar face, and in the midst of this all-around sense of displacement, the faces that appeared before me were certainly a sight for sore eyes. Gregor! Honglu! I love how Dante hasn't even questioned the fact that Amiya is just answering Dante's questions. Miss Rabbit here told me she found you unconscious by the ocean, and phew, I came as fast as I could, and oh boy, I was worried that something bad might have happened. Glad to see you're doing fine. Were you lost at sea? I don't know. Honglu, what kind of question is that? Where are... How? How would you even assume... You probably came here the same way he did. Or they, I guess. Well, I do think I'm fine, though. I guess not having any way to drink water's finally come in handy. You should go get that checked out, just in case. Wait, your head's waterproof, right? Gregor takes in a... That's too edgy. Gregor's more... Gregor's more downbeat than sinister. Feels kinda arbitrary how much the animal features appear on the Hay Show. I think it's probably to do with service life. But also there are suppression boluses which suppress the effects, which is how Ray doesn't turn into a horse most of the time. Gregor takes a moment to steady his breathing, then mutters a casual quip as he lights a cigarette. Well, he doesn't seem that concerned. Maybe we're not actually in that much danger. So, what happened? Where are we? Do you remember entering that lobotomy court branch Sichun told us about? Ah, yeah. Yeah, we ran into a new abnormality and got sucked into it before we even had the chance to do anything. Man, I really thought that was it for us. Especially with you getting sucked in there too, Manager Bob. But when we came to, despite waking up with our faces down in some ditch. Thank you, Stomach. We were all fine without a scratch. Though there was quite a mess when we realized that you'd gone missing. We wanted to search for you immediately. That's not hungry. We wanted to... See, and this is why I titled my stream the way I did. We wanted to search for you immediately, but it took a while before we got a better bearing of where we were. So we're not at U-Corp's Great Lake? Some of us considered that to be a distinct possibility, but it's unlikely. Ishmael was really certain that we were not in District 21. He did concede that we might be in an unknown area within the Great Lake of the outskirts, but that doesn't seem likely either, given what the rabbit-eared lady there said. The outskirts region of the Great Lake. I've met all kinds of people from all over Terra, but I've never met anyone who refers to the Iberian Sea that way. Terra? Iberia? As I found myself puzzled by those unfamiliar terms, a very obvious question suddenly struck me. Speaking of which, who are you? Huh? Really? You fellas haven't introduced yourself to each other yet? It's just a lot to take in. It's understandable. You did just wake up from a pretty harrowing experience. She is... actually, would you like to do the honors yourself? I'm Amiya, the leader of Rhode Island. Please, just call me Amiya. I'm Dante, manager at Limbus Company. I know I'm late, but thanks for saving my bacon. It seems that this Rodeo Island is a pretty big corporation, but... Gregor trails off ominously and scratches his head before continuing with some mild trepidation. This young lady with the rabbit ears doesn't know what head is at all. As far as I know, there aren't any organizations in Terra with the same characteristics as the one Mr. Gregor explained. At least not with a name like The Head. Also, sorry, it's Rhodes Island, not Rodeo. Feels a little odd that they chose Yi-Sung for the first note over Faust, given, you know, the 4 ego from this collab. It does, but I also think that might be intentional. It's a bit odd that they chose three of the people with egos, though. Sorry, Gregor's kind of bad with names. When is the fucking chew gonna drop that she's just been responding to? So, what you're saying is that we're not in the city anymore? It'd be weird for any higher up at these huge corporations to know less about the head than we do, let alone be completely clueless about it. Well, maybe we've stumbled into a previously undiscovered zone of the outskirts, or the ruins. Probably. Or maybe we've really found ourselves in a completely different world. I'm not sure if I like the idea that the entirety of Arknights is just taking place within this abnormality. If their conjecture is correct, we're in a way bigger trouble than I thought. This wasn't like the time we accidentally stranded ourselves in the outskirts via a door in the corridor. Amiya stared at me with some concern as though she felt my distress. I think I can draw a connection to something else that's happening here. Really? Yes. Recently, anomalous signs and events have been occurring in Iberia, ever since a mysterious dimensional door appeared at sea. And it's been said that this dimensional door is connected to something very, very distant, to something that we've never observed before. So, seems reasonable to theorize that the dimensional door is how we managed to cross over to this world. I really would have appreciated Faust's input. Where'd all the other sinners go anyway? A bit late on the uptake to be gawking around for the other sinners now, don't you think? There is a settlement near here, where they're all helping out with various odds and ends of the village, while taking turns searching for Dante, of course. You know, I never thought about how difficult it would be to search for someone when we're like fish out of water, too. Man, barely got even a wink of sleep since yesterday. Everyone's got to be really tired then. So it's just you out here for now. You two out of here for now. No, Ishmael and Yisung are the other half of the search party, and we just happen to be the last group in the rotation. They must be searching elsewhere to find you, Manager Bud. We got the news early thanks to Amiya's comms gear, but the other team didn't. Yeah, we got lucky. The other team, well, we don't have any way to get in touch with them, so they'll probably continue with their search until their shift is done. Oh, are we talking about that village you mentioned earlier? Uh-huh. Right, you've not been there yet, huh? I guess it's a bit off the beaten path. Well, we're going to have to rendezvous with the other sinners anyway, so let's head to the village for now. Something seemed to pique Amiya's interest, as she fell into a contemplative silence, before carefully speaking up. I would like to accompany you, Dad. Sure, I don't see why not. You helped us find Manager Bud, and more importantly, you seem to know a lot more about this place than we do. I don't actually know Iberia that well either, but I should be able to be of some help. They've closed their borders and have practically locked out any foreign influences from affecting them, but I did get a briefing before the mission. Closed borders, huh? Then how did you get in, Miss Amiya? We followed Dr. Keltsitz's directions and illegally crossed the country border. Illegally? Oh? Does that mean you crossed the border without obtaining any permission, Amiya? We had to cross the border somehow in order to investigate how and why the dimensional door came to be. Huh. Is it normal for pharmaceutical companies to be doing that? When did we establish that this was a pharmaceutical company? Hang on. At no point have we discussed what Rhodes Island actually does. Large pharmaceutical companies often dispatch their agents for missions. Yes, Rhodes Island is, in its essence, a pharmaceutical company researching treatments for people infected with autopathy, but we also work to prevent and assist in the management of various situations that can occur in high-risk areas. High-risk areas, huh? Hmm? Wait, what about your companions? I doubt you came all the way here on your own. That's, we were forced to split up due to certain forces that were in pursuit. Wait, stop! Amiya's ears twitched as she came to a stop and began scanning the surrounding area. Then... there! As we stood about confused, Amiya, noticing something, pointed toward the seashore hidden behind a large and cragged rock formation. What are we supposed to... huh? There we saw someone wielding a lengthy greatsword. Oh, hello, Miss Scotty. Bickering with two familiar faces. Again, move! You're in the way! You needn't worry as you do. We have had ample experience battling monsters who are much like them. That... Listen, I'm not worried, it's... Come on, better to have 3 fighters than 1, right? Besides, you're the first person we ran into out here, so we've got a lot of questions to ask. Yisan! Ishmael! Dante! You are unharmed. That's still too energetic for Ishmael. Oh, Carmen is whispering into my ears tonight, fellas. And here I was, getting ready for a 3 days long search. What a relief. We were all really worried that we might never be able to find you. We managed to find them thanks to help from Miss Amia here. Amia? Are you two acquainted? Not a good time for a reunion. It can wait until after we take out the sea monsters. Scotty, are those organisms the seaborns Dr. Calcet mentioned? They're sea terrors, to be specific. The less sophisticated ones amongst them. The same was happening to you at Node 11. I see. And they're probably here for me. Sea terrors. I hear the sticky noise of something viscous slithering against the rocks. When I turn to face the origin of the unsettling noise, I smell the heavy, wet scent of brine. At the end of my gaze awaits strange monsters, unlike distortions, unlike abnormalities, unlike anything I'd ever seen. Where have I heard that exact sequence of lines before? Was it with the mermaids? I swear he said that exact thing about the whales and the mermaids. Am I crazy? It is as though the sea itself is encroaching on the land. I was almost certain we weren't at the Great Lake, but I'm not so sure anymore. Her experiences with the thick scent of brine at the Great Lake must have put her in a wary mood. Whales, mermaids, and the trash crab. As Ishmael seems to be a lot more apprehensive about these monsters than anyone else. Do you think those creatures could be whales or mermaids? I don't know. The Great Lake and the outskirts are full of unexplored mysteries, after all. Dante, what do your senses say? Ishmael... God... why is this happening to me? It's unclear. I'd say the closest comparison I could make is with the whales, but even that's not conclusive. More enemies on the horizon! We should prepare for battle! Doesn't seem like we can talk things out with them, though. So, let's take them out.
행색이 이상하나.
I'll miss you
그럼에도
when the event
이상이야.
ends.
내가 맞서. 내가
Well, that's one way to open.
아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이요.
시간 끌 것 없이
시비수기며
모조리
Actually,
약한 쪽
these things do not have a lot of health.
살려보내지 마.
That's concerning.
무상한 목숨.
You're thinking about just buying the announcer. I mean, you spend your money how you want to, Lucian.
말로 받아내라. 저 행수들을 도려내.
물 넘고
꺾고 제철. 오야. 길을 열어라. 진짜 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
Nervous impairment. I have heard that this was gonna be a thing. Max stack 30. At 30 stack, become staggered and take fixed damage equal to 25% of this unit's HP and remove this round. I see. Inflict 2 more sinking potency on hit against tanky targets without sinking. When on top of Nether Sea Brand, gain clash power and I don't know if I want to know what that means.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
I mean, if you
물 넘고
Like, it is essentially 20 pulls with a free Ami on the side on one hand. On the other hand, if you don't normally buy pulls, then you are still buying 20 pulls for it. Then it is essentially Amiya with 20 pulls on the side.
敵は深手を負っています。
How many of these motherfuckers are there?
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리
This music's so
지금은 좋았어요.
Again, elusive, it's your money. I'm not gonna tell you how to spend it.
예상 못한
이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
Personally, if I was gonna spend that sort of money on this game, I would have gotten the battle pass already.
시간 끌 것 없이
바람 불어오는 대로
모조리 지워버리죠.
짓밟아라. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
시도는 좋았어요.
Oh, nice. I do not know. I am 100% free to play. All the remaining enemies have retreated to the sea. Good work, everyone. Whew. Didn't think I'd have to deal with anything remotely like this outside the Great Lake. You can say that again. It would have taken us the whole day if that Scotty character didn't occupy the other half while Miss Rabbit helped us from a distance. I mean, 50% principle, 50%, you know, budgeting. Phelan, please, for the love of God, don't. I can be pressured into spending free resources on stream. It takes a lot more pressure for me to actually start spending money. As we were catching our breath after the battle, I heard a brief hum. When I turned to look at its source, I saw Scotty glaring at me with palpable alarm. Strange people who transform, and a head of a clock? I guess they're both technically true. While it's nothing more than a theory at this point, I think they have a lot to do with the dimensional door we're supposed to be investigating. Nice to meet you, I guess. Maybe I should use the money I was gonna use to buy Amiya to throw bits at me. Please, for the love of God, don't! I can't cash those in! Please, do not! It's a terrible idea. I won't get that money. I only hear a ticking clock. Oh, that's because only us sinners can hear Dante's voice. Huh? Hmm? What's up? Oh, someone finally fucking noticed. Ah, no, I'm just wondering how Miss Amiya can seemingly understand Dante. Yeah, what's going on here? Huh. Yeah, it completely flew over my head that I didn't even question how weird this is. Their voice sounds like a ticking clock to me, but I don't know, it's like almost like I can sense what they're trying to say, what kind of emotion they're trying to convey. Her explanation reminded me of the Blue Boy and Synod Claire's past, but I didn't quite feel the uncanny sensation from Amiya that I felt from them. I swear to God, if she's a fucking sovereign. I know she won't be, but that would be... Actually... I know nobody but you two will hear this, but someone needs to make that into fan art. So she can read me kinda like how Virgilius can, I guess. Well, I don't think it's a bad thing. That's true. It's been a bit of a hassle to always need Faust or Honglu to translate for you, Dante. I'd like to know exactly how she can understand Dante, but I don't think we've got the luxury of time to sit down and figure this out. So are we heading back? Sounds like a plan. It's not like we know anywhere else to go, right? Oh, and Miss Rabbit here will be tagging along too. She said she'd help us find our way back. I'm glad to be working with you two also, Miss Ishmael, Mr. Honglu. Took the words right out of my mouth. You've already helped us plenty, and you clearly know a lot more about this place than we do. The journey is long. Perhaps embarking on it ere the sun's fall would be wise. How long's the journey? No idea. It's not like we have a clock with us. I do know that it's not very far though. We just need to walk along the coastline for a bit. God damn it, Project Moon. Scotty quietly points in my direction. Oh, they can't tell us the time because they're not on time. Then why the clock head? I didn't exactly choose to get myself a clock-shaped head. Dante? I think you did. I looked away from Scotty's inquisitive eyes, which were quite solidly fixed on my head. The coasts of Iberia are hardly good places for people to live. Those things can go anywhere in this world, but they thrive at places that meet the ocean. So how did people manage to build a village at a place like this? The monsters are called seaborns, or sea terrors, yes? Well, it is true that they pose some difficulties. They were hardly the kind of monsters with the strength to spring scourge and drive out the local populace. Yi-san, you are making a lot of assumptions. Aren't you supposed to be the smart one? Don't judge them based on that brief skirmish. She is just telling us to be on our guard, right? Scotty can be a bit curt, but she's not a bad person. I don't think she said anything wrong. Nothing rules out the existence of stronger variants of these creatures being out there. Scotty's concern only serves to fan my curiosity, but something about her expression communicated that I probably shouldn't pry, so I quietly quickened my pace as we walked to the village. Alright, so what's happening?
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요. 그러니 언젠가 재회할 날 꼭 내게도 은자를 풀어주시오. 내 그것만을 바라고 온몸에 피를 묻혀가며 쉼없이 달리고 있으니.
Jesus Christ, Yi-san, you talk so much. This hardly looks like a village. It's more like the ruins of one, isn't it? It doesn't seem like they've done any proper upkeep to the place. Not in a while, at least. They're really here, living together. The strange buildings tell the stories of former prosperity from a bygone era. Our steps leave no footprints on the wet, muddy ground. On it, I see a rotting sign marked with the name, Faro Muerto. I don't speak enough Spanish to know what Faro means. Everywhere I look in this village, I see evidence of long, silent abandonment. We don't see these kinds of abandoned-looking ruins often in the city either. Well, yeah, there's always someone or something out there waiting to capitalize on free real estate, be it a syndicate or a corporation, and fix it up. Better than this, at least. So, where are the sinners? Ah, there's a clearing down there where we were trapped betwixt a train of great ships, narrowing winds against our sail. Oh god, she's telling about the fucking near miss with the tuning forks. Dead lighthouse. I see, that does make sense. I know muerto meant dead, I just didn't know what faro meant. Actually, that does make sense. There is a dialect word for car high beams that's kind of like that. Oh, and that is when young Ishmael boomed her command most resonant. Say no more. I didn't even have to try to search for it. That unmistakably sonorous and familiar voice echoing triumphantly between the empty buildings. That's Don Quixote's voice when she's sharing us her adventurous tales. There she was, standing atop a low podium like an actor on a stage, regaling a group of people in rags with tales of our adventures like a traveling thespian. Answers, ye dogs! Oarsmen! Since the moment I, Ishmael, the first mate of Festival Mephistopheles, shall navigate. Ah! Stop! Hold on. Just what do you think you're doing? Young Ishmael! Unhand my mouth, for I was just about to regale them with the most fantastic tale of adventures at the Great Lake. Manager Esquire! Verily, thou hast returned with Manager Esquire safely in tow! Well, they found Clockhead? A burning clock for a head? When I was a child, I heard a story about a legendary Sarkaz with a flaming head. Why would someone like that visit our humble village? While their exterior may carry elements that inspire fear in some, there is no cause for alarm. Were those the actual fucking lines she used? Because I feel like Dawn might have exaggerated it slightly. Yeah, they might look like that, but they're Dante, our manager, and the rest are... Oh, hello! I'm sorry, who are you two? They're two very nice people who helped us find Dante. This is Miss Amia, leader of Rhodes Island. And this is Miss Scotty, their operator. They'll be coming along with us for a little while. Eh? With us? We believe that the dimensional door, which we at Rhodes Island are investigating, has something to do with why you suddenly woke up here in Iberia. As Amia was bringing the sinners up to speed. The villagers, who were staring at us curiously, approached us. Did our conversation manage to convince them that we're not a threat? I sure hope so. You are friends of our saviors. Saviors? Verily, 'tis quite a grand title, yet that is indeed the word by which we address. To be more precise, by saviors, they are referring to Faust and Otis. Faust gave me a light nod when we made eye contact, but I could tell that her lips were drawing a very, very subtle smiling art. So I'm guessing something did happen. They were quite mistrustful upon our initial arrival. Actually, Dawn didn't use enough exclamation points, so somehow she was being less enthusiastic. Good to know! What business do outsiders have here? What if they're from the Inquisition? Oh no, what do we do after all we went through to get here? Calm yourself, Simple. None of them are carrying what appears to be their scriptures or lamps. Let's first try to see who they are. Man, I don't think they're gonna trust us anytime soon. They're all old curmudgeons. Let's SDNC, then PTSD. Okay, so I know what that is. What the fuck does this mean? You can't do that, Ryoshu! We can't pillage their storage depots! It looks like they already have it hard enough as is! I don't think SDNC is a good way to get started either. Should we just find help elsewhere? Just look at how thin their arms are. I don't think they're in any shape to help us out. Perhaps we could inquire as to our whereabouts ere we ought to decide our lodging. While the landscape is certainly reminiscent of U-Corps, but I don't recall seeing or learning about any place that looks like this, though I can't say I've been to every corner of U-Corp. I ask again, what business do outsiders have here? Okay. We all know what needs to happen with this thing, right? I'm just gonna briefly do it and then we're moving on. I ask again, what does Hong Yuan need? Okay, moving on. Their fingers are tightening around the grips of their weapons. Prolonged silence will most likely turn this into a hostile encounter. We can't have that! Hi, we're from Limbus Company. We're Fixers of Justice! Yeah, that! Fixers of Justice. Oh, oi! Don't you know when to keep it down? Fixers? That over there. It's a ship blueprint, isn't it? Are you looking to repair a vessel by any chance? That's not noticeable. Let me try it again. That over there. It's a ship blueprint, isn't it? Are you looking to repair a vessel by any chance? All these construction materials seem to suggest, though. Chief! This does not concern you. It's not something a mere outsider can understand. Curious. I've never seen an energy source like this before. Have you run the tests to rule out any stability issues? It seems to power the heat exchanger via some method compatible to the utilization of fusion energy. Have you any thoughts on this, Miss Faust? The general design structure is somewhat old-fashioned, but there certainly are inspired parts to this design, particularly with the usage of the core energy source. While its stability would need to be further studied, this technology seems to be incredibly energy efficient. Arknights has fusion tech? Alright. Also, I'm still a bit baffled that of all the sinners to have any ties with Tress Association, it would be fucking Otis. Even if it's implied ties with Tress Association. You identified all that by merely glancing at this blueprint? You must be the village chief, then. Basically fusion tech that will also turn you into stone if you breathe any of it in. I mean... basically uranium that will also turn you into stone if you breathe any of it in. So, basically asbestos, except you set it on fire instead of making insulation out of it. Got it. If so, I have a proposition for you. In return for assisting in their ship repair, we were promised a ride in their vessel. Miss Faust has theorized that perhaps by going out to sea, we may be able to find a way to return to whence we came. Does that mean we can find a way back somewhere out there in the sea? Nothing is certain yet, Dante. At this moment, we are working based on a hunch. A hunch? Sensing the implicit omen in her choice of words, I slowly turned around to look at Faust, who nodded solemnly in response. Okay, so the Gesellschaft can't reach her either. If we're really in a different world, even her Gesellschaft has to be... No issues were encountered in the repair process. Faust smiles faintly as she looks around, then she pulls me in by my hands. She whispers in a low voice, "My connection to Gesellschaft is currently operating at a suboptimal level, Dante." So it's still connected at least? Also, someone turned that into fan art. She basically fucking dragged Dante into her like you would for a fucking kiss. Indeed, it is. However, even exchanges of simple information are taking up dozens of hours by turn calculation. How far out is W Corp's pocket dimension that this one has a travel time but is still reaching it? Is this a warp train situation because we're in a different dimension? The cause should be identical. We have been connected to an unidentified, unpredictable dimension. However, Faust is aware that the pathway to our original dimension is yet to close this time, unlike the situation back aboard the warp train. So, to get back to where we came from, indeed, traveling through the pathway is the most feasible solution. And from that, you came up with the whole plan to repair the ship and sail out to the sea. Yes, well, I am also a genius, after all. Amiya conjectured that we probably came through a dimensional door of sorts. Looks like that dimensional door might be what Faust is looking for. With high likelihood, yes. Well, the door between here and the BM-verse is still... Yeah, I guess. Basically like how I described. Could you be more specific, Phelan? I have said a lot of words in the past minutes. At least there's a way back. I find myself calming down a little. Oh, speaking of which, when do you think you can wrap up the repair job? As fortune should have it, a majority of the most time-consuming parts of the repair have already been completed by the locals. It shouldn't take us more than a day or two to get its core part shipshape again, Executive Manager. We'll be staying here a few more days then. How did you manage last night? Well, like I said earlier, we've been keeping ourselves busy looking for you this whole time. We took turns helping with the repairs and resting, but I doubt any of us got a proper night's rest. Still, we weren't cold thanks to the villagers who kept the fire going for us all night. Did I misread? Not to mention how they've helped us a ton with that local map they drew us. Oh, also, Chief handed us this earlier. What's it for? Ah, looks like a sack to collect water. Give it here. I know how to get that installed. It must be to repay Miss Faust and Miss Altus's effort at repairing their ship, yet the service they provide us is certainly quite generous, even when taking the transactional nature into account. They're really giving us the best treatment they can, huh? As for food, we managed to fill ourselves with some cookies and bread Rhodia keeps in her pockets. Didn't want to eat into their food supply when they're already pretty tight, you know. She carries enough cookies and bread for 12 people? They did offer us some nosh, those dried fish things, but we refused. I ain't taking food from the needy. No need to concern yourself so much with our hospitality. You have done more than enough to earn your keep. I turned around to look at the source of that low, rumbling voice and saw an old man in an outfit that seemed to distinguish itself amongst the other villagers. There you are, Chief. Is there a place for us to stay the night? We do have places to shelter from the misty humidity, at the very least. There is an empty building there, so feel free to occupy it for the night. Oh, are you sure? I mean, I don't mind sleeping in the streets myself. Hey, speak for yourself! I've been looking forward to sleeping with a roof over my head since, like, yesterday. I see, Elusive. I wonder when... Shouldn't it have clicked that you're not in the city the moment night passed and the night in the back streets didn't happen? You'll catch cold sleeping in the elements in this environment, which is fine by me for the rest of you, but we cannot afford to have the executive manager or our honored guests suffer that fate. Honored guests? I heard what happened from the four who left in search of the executive manager. First, I would like to begin by imparting my infinite gratitude to you for finding and rescuing the executive manager. I mean, this could be out on the outskirts near the border of the Great Lake. It could, but that still means you're out of the city. I hear that you are a leader at a pharmaceutical company. This acquaintance shall certainly come in handy, in case our stay becomes significantly prolonged. I'm just surprised by your boldness to say something so materialistic when they're standing right there. Can I stay in your village too, Chief? The village chief took a brief glance at the hems by her right wrist, then nodded. Welcome to Faro Muerto. You are welcome to stay for as long as you want. And please, do let me know if you find yourself without food. Our food supply might be tight indeed, but we have enough to share with those who helped repair the vessel. Oh, you better not go back on your word later. I wonder what kind of local delicacies await. Dried fish like they were eating earlier, maybe. Hey, Chief. What is it? Just how are you surviving out here? By the sea? Perhaps the question of how we are surviving may be somewhat misdirected. For we are only pursuing every possible avenue because we must survive. The chief responds to Scotty's perceived hostility with a hearty smile. After leaving some firewood for the night, he left. Dodging the fucking question though. I'm going. Can't learn much more from here. Uh-huh. You going somewhere at this hour? Scotty, does this have something to do with the coast? I remember what you said before we got to the village. Something about how coasts are hardly a good places to live in. Dante wants to know if this has something to do with the coast? You. Do you understand the Aegir language? Aegir language? No. Dante, Scotty just spoke in Aegirian. Huh. I couldn't understand a word of Scotty and the chief's conversation because I don't speak Aegirian. It may only be that there were enough lexical similarity between one of the city's languages and the language Scotty spoken for them to comprehend the meaning. Weird coincidence. Anyway, I have some things to look into. Something you're all too slow to see. You still have to tell us about it later. Please remember you're not on a solo mission, Scotty. This is a team effort from Rhodes Island. Will do. Do you pronounce the S in Rhodes Island? Scotty nodded lightly before leaping off into the night, out of our sight. I'm kinda worried. She's not the best with people, but she's also pretty thoughtful. She'll be okay. Ah, should we head inside? The sun's starting to set already. I mean, it's set for a while if you can look at the sky. Oh, yeah. We could probably just pick an unlit building and stay the night there, right? Trying our best to ignore the mood that was starting to turn awkward, we made our way into a nearby unoccupied building. So Dante has a universal translator in his head. Good to know. Correction! A multiversal translator. Terra. God, there's so much reading. We walked past a few narrow buildings and remnants of narrow buildings. I don't know why you keep doing this, Project Moon, but it's starting to get irritating. We walked past a few narrow buildings and remnants of narrow buildings before we came across a hall large enough to house all 15 or so of us. Okay, now we're ready. With the curtains and the window removed, the smoke has an exit. Whoa, I thought we were doomed to shudder ourselves to sleep with soaking wet firewood and all. I had no idea that'd work. We just have to get a small fire going underneath it until the wood dries up and catches fire. The downside being all this smoke. It's clear that she has some field experience, unlike some fools I know. I shan't sit here and let her carry the burden of labor alone. Bequeath upon me thine ingredients, young Rhodian, for I shall conjure thee a pot of special fix of soup. You're making soup with cookies and jelly? No, 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 you're not getting me anywhere near the kitchen again. Not after what you cooked up last time. This collab is turning into a highlight reel of dumb moments in the Project Moon. Well, I must admit to a certain level of interest. As many of our fellows Viscera are oft racked with intense agony upon the digestion dishes of your making, perhaps it would be wiser that we save the occasion for a safer environment. Right! Don't you remember? We agreed to leave cooking to Mer or Oti if we're ever in a situation like this, remember? Did we? See, I think it's become sort of an unspoken rule after everything that happened. Remember, back during last year's cooking contest at K-Corp, they were the only two people who managed to get remotely positive reviews. Oh, does that mean we'll get to try Otis' cooking once again? Denied. We still have plenty of high-calorie foods like cookies and jellies here. I find no reason to do something so inefficient. Otis, I have a question. Doesn't cooking increase the amount of nutrients you get from food? Maybe not with pre-processed foods, but you want to use your You want to keep the non-perishables for as long as possible, Otis. What is wrong with you? I'm glad to see that everyone's still energetic, given the circumstances. It can be easy to suddenly wake up in an unfamiliar environment. Well, we're all quite used to getting thrown into unfamiliar places. Speaking of which, did you manage to reach your colleagues, Anya? She shook her head, concerned. They might have lost their comms devices, or maybe they ran into some other trouble. Could they be in danger? I don't know, but I'm sure they're okay. The doctor, Dr. Calcit even, they're both more than capable enough to look after themselves, unlike Dante. Long have this curiosity lingered in the film. Thus, allow me to inquire. Corporations are, by their nature, organizations in pursuit of profit. Yet, the activities of your corporation resemble those of charity organizations, as opposed to pharmaceutical company. Is there aught that might explicate this blurred distinction? I don't know why I didn't snag that this would be Yi Sung and not Faust speaking. Especially because Yi Sung's color is white. Aha! I wanted to know too. How come a pharmaceutical company like Rhodes Island's helping people? Something about what Hong Lu said brings back unpleasant memories. The horrible experiment seen through the cascade of flowing tears in the face of suffering. The embodiment of greed that left a terrible wound in Hong Lu's fatness. The pharmaceutical companies I've seen in my journey were corporations that, despite possessing the capacity to heal, chose to obsess over the profit that it can provide. Welcome to Hell, Korea. There are many in Terra who are suffering from a disease. The disease crystallizes you, spreads deeper and deeper into the infected's internal organs, eventually culminating in their death. It's called oripathy. Amiya showed me the back of her right hand, dotted by what appears to be obsidian crystallizations. Its appearance reminded me of the biotreatments from the backstreets, but there was something more to it, something more restless, more sinister. It's a terrible, painful disease, but there haven't been any recorded cases of full recovery. But there's an even worse problem. Pray tell, what could possibly be worse than an incurable, deadly disease? While it varies region by region, discrimination against the infected is widespread across Terra. Those who suffer from it must face unfair treatment. Yi-san began with a darkened expression. Some are quarantined in places with terrible, inhuman conditions, and there have been massacres too. I don't mean to be callous, but is this oripathy highly contagious? No, there have not been any recorded cases of infection by contact as long as the subjects are alive. But when the infected dies, the crystal growths on their body decay and turn to dust, scattering, which is what spreads the plague. Then, barring environments like active battlefields where casualties are to be expected, staying within close proximity of the infected in daily life seems to pose hardly any risk. So what's the problem then? They're already past the point of caring about what the problem is. Once people start feeling iffy, all logic goes out the window. And Rhodes Island's goal has to be, yes, it is important to develop a cure for oripathy, but I think what really matters is that we change the circumstances for the better for the infected. That's not going to be an easy endeavor, although that is what gives your effort more meaning. I hope you can achieve that goal, Amiya. I really do. For truth! That was fucking terrible. I apologize. The city, this world, we both live in worlds full of surprises, don't we? What kind of world did you come from? This city? What kind of place is this city, anyway? The kind of place with too many pointless rules. The kind of place where the moment you think, isn't this too much, you see something even worse. What is this? Oh, the fucking sweepers. Try as I might, I couldn't think of a single positive thing about the city. Oh, Hohenheim. The center seems to be in agreement, as most of what came after was quite scathing. The kind of place where good deeds rarely ever go unpunished, where sympathy is a good attitude to have if you like getting stabbed in the back. Nothing good ever works out there. It's a shithole. It's an irrational place, full of absurdities. Absurdity is an omnipresence. Therefore, it is not a subject by which one should be aggrieved. We can at least grouse about them, though. I mean, it's the only thing we can do. It would be more correct to experience more and acclimatize himself to it instead of complaining. You did say something like that last time. Just as the mood was starting to turn rather sour, Don Quixote's shout shattered through the audience. Verily, many a day goeth by untarnished with villains and their foul deeds. Yet worry thee not, for when evil riseth, so the fixers of justice do. Don Quixote jumped from her seat and passionately shook her fist, which was followed by a heavy crack and the sound of small pebbles tumbling down. Don Quixote, watch out! But whoa! Who are you? And from behind the wall she accidentally broke down. An unfamiliar visage of a villager appeared and stared back at Don Quixote. It appeared that she was eating something out of a can while reading a book. How farest thou? Fairest thy foot! You gotta apologize first. Someone quote that. Fairest thy foot. Last seen the tattoo that's not good. Last seen the tattoo hyper today. I apologize, for I hardly expected the wall to crumble with such ease. Are thou unhurt? Any injuries? Two? Pray tell, to what? Forget the apology. I just want to know what happens next. The fixers of justice rose up to do what? Oh! I should have voiced that she was going to be fucking interested in whatever the fuck Don Quixote was doing. Oh! Hast thou come to hear me? To hear the tale of fixers? I don't know about coming to us, given how Miss Don Quixote was the one who punched the wall down. Ahem! Oh, is it too late an hour? I don't mind waiting till morning if you want to sleep. Nay! Not at all! 'Tis quite early an hour for tales effect. Prithee, seat thyself here. You ungovernable fool! Calm down! We don't even know who she is. And don't you forget to share those fictive tales over there in the corner to not disturb our sleep. Thou makest the request most untenable. These details deserve to be announced to the world with great gusto from the center. Yeah, that's the best way to hear those kinds of stories, but we should probably introduce ourselves to each other first. Name's Bayers. I'm... how should I put this? Mayers? What kind of name is Mayers? Is this someone who matters in Arknights lore? Ah! Did you meet the village chief earlier during the day? He's my grands. Oh, that nice guy. So he had a granddaughter. Yet, I have not seen you once, Miss Mayers, under the sun. Oh my, you're right. I thought the village was completely dry of any young blood. Like Rodiel said, while we didn't see Mayers out there wasn't anyone else in the village who could comfortably call young. You're telling me Gramps was worrying over nothing and told me to stay put inside, going on and on about the dangers that the outsiders pose and everything. It seems that they do not give full faith to their saviors. There are things you cannot share even with whom you trust with your life, though I would like to know why. I could ask the same about the name Crayon. At least that one had a theme. It was a dumb theme, but it was a theme. My, so there are a bunch of other kids who are stuck indoors in this village? No, there isn't anyone around my age in the village at all. If that's the case, I guess I can understand why he'd be overprotective. Anyways, it's our turn. We are... Ah, I'm good. I heard enough to get an idea. You did? Oh? Pray, how didst thou hear us? Via a listening device with secret about our chamber? Don... Sancho. Fuck me, man. If you could knock a wall down with a punch... The wall probably wasn't that thick to begin with. Mayers tapped the side of the wall, the part of it that was still standing, anyway, and smiled ironically. Bad soundproofing. I could hear pretty much everything, Don Quixote, right? Everything Don Quixote practically sang during the day. Verily, I see. I think you could really do with some sense of embarrassment for once. Well, I guess that's good enough for self-introduction, so... Get to regale me with the tale of fixes who bring justice to the evils of the city. Indubitably, and this shall do. I shall regale thee with a tale in which the legendary fixes, the magnificence of self, the rat mist, have... I suppose that killed any hope for a good night's skip. But, don't you usually pass out within a minute of your back hitting the hay no matter how noisy things are? What? Do you take me for some kind of hibernating bear or something? Look, even I have trouble sleeping when there's noise all over. I don't have the setup for this, but I need a fucking counter of how many fucking story references they're putting in this. You know, when they said there was gonna be story spoilers, I didn't think they'd mean like this. I'd say bear in hibernation is a pretty apt descriptor. For all that grumbling and moaning, he rose off before any of us did. Aside from Heathcliff, who began snoring the moment his head touched the ground, some other sinners were fast asleep as well. Merceau had entered sleep in his usual steadfast adherence to the routine, while Faustley claimed to one of the few available cloth sheets as soon as the close of business for the day was confirmed. The sinners, who had spent the entire last night searching for me in this unfamiliar land, slowly began to fall asleep as well. Meanwhile, the fixes of the Zwei Association's first section... Though the night was no longer young, Don Quixote was still vigorously sharing the tales of adventures without even a single sign of fatigue. She's not determined to do this until sunrise, is she? Oh! I guess it's okay, since Mayer seems to be having fun. As I continued to watch the pair with some mild concern, Almia, not yet asleep, approached me. This city Miss Don Quixote speaks of seems to be teeming with fixes of justice and exhilarating tales of adventure. Did you actually experience all of them yourself? No, of course not. Don Quixote's stories are usually those of other famous people. But she's telling it with such vigor that it almost sounds like she was there herself. Well, I guess, if you really want to get into it, some of them might be retellings of Don Quixote's personal experiences. Ismail replied uncertainly, thinking back to the plays we were made to watch back in La Mancha. Well, I think all of those stories, even though they're only partially true, just go to show what a ridiculous place it can be. We wouldn't need fixers of justice to begin with if we really lived in a just world, right? A really good place to live would be quiet and peaceful without someone having to force it. That's true. I hope there'll come a day when Rhodes Island can be a normal pharmaceutical company in the future. Something wrong? No, I just thought Miss Mayers and I made eye contact. Did she overhear our conversation? I looked to her direction as well, but all I saw was Mayers excitedly reacting to Don Quixote's tales. I mean, obviously this is going to be some fucked up shit. Whoa! What happened then? Thus spake Lady Otis boldly before the soldiers who stood in our path. Thou presumest to stand in our path, servants of a master most unworthy? I, Otis, shall educate thee on how manner maketh. I don't remember that one. Even without the Don Quixoteism. Don Quixote was now retelling the story of Limbus Company's adventures in Hongyuan. Otis, who could no longer stand Don Quixote's unintentional alterations of the story, jumped to her feet and shouted, "Damn it! What kind of nonsense are you feeding her? I never said anything like that!" Ahem. Verily, certain aspects of this retelling may have been exaggerated. That's tales of adventure for you. Things are bound to get a bit dry when a story is told too realistically, and that's it, right? You know, nothing, not even anything resembling a proper record of a book remains once the profound silence swept through this village. And there we have it. Probably what Scotty was asking about. Also, this girl is going to fucking die and maybe get sacrificed. So I've always had a craving for these kinds of stories. But Iberia doesn't stop Iberians from emigrating, contrary to their tight immigration control. Have you ever thought about leaving this place? It's still a challenge to cross the border, especially since we're going to have to pass through larger cities that are managed by the Inquisition. You don't seem particularly fond of this Inquisition. Why is that? That's because this village was formed by people who grew tired of living under the Inquisition's rule and fled. Sorry, but what kind of organization is this Inquisition? Sinclair asked, face turning cold upon hearing the word Inquisition and that people fled from it. Add one to the fucking counter. Yeah, the Nagel und Hammer we saw back at Kalwe aren't the kind of memories that are so easily forgotten. According to Dr. Kelpsit, the Inquisition is what filled the power vacuum once Iberia fell into chaos. That its inquisitors are the rapier and lamp-wielding protectors of Iberia's citizens from lawlessness. That alone kinda makes them sound like good people, though. Yeah, they are, but there's the Church of the Deep. The Inquisition will go to whatever lengths to deal with the incidents related to the church of that worships Deeporns. Fine! An organization that worships those monsters? Yeah, you're probably talking to them, Don. It seems that cultish fanaticism is a plague wherever we go. I feel like people with all kinds of wrong faiths and beliefs are so common. See, the Seaborns are the ones that messed Iberia up, so following their logic, apparently it's okay for them to arrest anyone who seems even remotely connected to them. You know what, Valen? Sure. Are you saying that Iberia is like this because of the Seaborns? Those things from earlier. I guess they were kind of troublesome to deal with, but they didn't seem that strong. Anyways, it's just what I heard from Gramps, but the Inquisition executed many innocent people too in their crusade against the Church of the Deep. For those who proclaim to be on the side of justice, they seem quite fond of committing such villainy. It seems like a reasonable policy decision to me, but it must pose a clear danger to the daily lives of civilians. Yeah, I heard I was the only survivor. Everyone in my family died. You must have had to endure such a long period of pain to be able to say something like that with such composure. For Iberia, they are heroes who will bring the land back to its glory days. But to Gramps, they were just oppressors making his life difficult. That's why we've all come here, freed from the Inquisition's gaze. Yet, wherefore hast thou decided to settle at a place that is so, run down? Indeed. Yeah, I know, but it's not so bad once you get used to it. Besides, we managed to find a new path thanks to you guys. A new path? Oh no. Well, it's getting late. Will you be repairing the ship tomorrow too? This place really has no soundproofing at all, huh? Good talk, everyone. Hope we'll get another chance to do this tomorrow too. After seeing Mayor's to her own room, the other sinners, those who were still up anyway, and I laid ourselves on the hard stone floor with only a thin layer of cloth between it and our bed. A mysterious world that is neither the city nor the outskirts. But it seemed that the lives its people led were just as difficult as they were anywhere else. I don't know what's worse, them dying on the way to that gate or them making it to the fucking city. Rebellion de las Masas. Clear within 15. That's unusual. Thank God there's gotta be some fucking combat though. Jesus Christ, my voice is tired. How do I do this again?
의로움을
육수, 오,
잠깐.
어디서?
군주가
you.
보는 눈은 있네요. 여기서 저만큼 무능한 인재는 흔치 않죠.
I'm missing someone. You.
잠시.
이 명을
주분께서 모이를 뿌리셨으니
이런 임무는 뱀 중에서도 내가 제일이지.
It's so big. That's what she said. Amazing! I didn't know there were remaining vessels of this class in Iberia. Aha! I espy a name here. It is called by the Rebellion de las Masas. Rebellion de las Masas. Revolt of the Masses. Is it? A name very much mired in peculiarity indeed. Well, it's a good thing to it's a good thing to know that Yisang speaks Stress Association. I guess that's not too surprising. Honglu chimed in that he was rather fond of it, with its size being about the same as the boat from his home, while Ismail quickly jumped in to correct us that its size alone wasn't anything special at the Great Lake, but it was still a pretty big compared to Mephi or the Indigo Elder's gift. I thought it was going to be somewhere around Mephi's size at most. Are you sure you can get this ship fixed in a day or two? As I briefed you yesterday, the great majority of the time-consuming repairs had already been completed by the villagers. The extent of our repair efforts only concerns a few components within the vessel that the villagers could not repair, which shouldn't take us much time. Unless parts that are unfamiliar to Faust are also malfunctioning, such as the core engine, remaining repairs should be sufficiently managed by Faust. Despite Otis's confident declaration, I could not help but feel oddly unsettled as I looked at the ship. I don't know why, but something tells me that we don't want to linger here for too long. Still, please be thorough about it, just in case. I'd rather not sit on a sinking ship again. The experience at the Great Lake was enough. Do not worry, Dante. Unlike Mephistopheles, most functions of this vessel buoyancy gear, propellers, steering gear are all in operational capacity. This repair should be much easier than the case with Mephistopheles. They seem confident enough. It should be safe this time around, right? Are we taking that rope to climb up to the ship? No, there's a lift-like apparatus down here. It should take us up to the ship. Its stability was verified yesterday. Let us board the lift. You're 100% certain, right? The boat is afloat right now, Dante. I don't think it'll be sinking anytime soon. Wouldn't that be nice? Oi, are you two just going to faff about down here? We're not now. No. That is way too high for Heathcliff's voice. No, we're going with you. As I made my way into the vessel's bridge, I was greeted by the extravagant interior that was as gaudy as its exterior. This isn't real gold, is it? Sure is shiny as heck in here. I've got butterflies in my stomach. A.S. Aesthetically satisfying, she says, but too ostentatious. Not quite my style. Our young Mephi is also quite the excellent vessel, yet imagine the adventures we could embark on aboard this vessel most lavishly decorated. As Faust and Otis were lurking on one of the control panels, Ismail walked up to another and interfaced with it before giving a knowing nod. This must have been an investigator for a research vessel of sorts, but it does seem a bit extravagant for one of those, though. Look, coordinates, updating in real time, it seems. The coordinate seems to have been set to somewhere out in the middle of this ocean. Maybe it points to a small islet? Nope, no islet there. Ugh! But blimey, lass, you sure know how to sneak up on people. Mayors? What? Did I actually surprise you? I did ask if you guys were gonna come fix the boat today. Still, I didn't know you'd be here. Why are the coordinates set to this location? There are several undersea cities beneath those coordinates, collectively known as Aegir. Graham's home. I see. Understood. What was understood, if I may ask? It is now understood why the promise to repair the ship was sufficient to earn their trust and the title of saviors. What's she on about? Someone get translating. Consolidating and cross-referencing the observed particular circumstances of the village and the statements from the village chief, alongside information garnered from the exchange with mayors, it is possible to gauge the significance the ship's repair has to the local populace. Of course, while this may constitute a sequence of logical connections that poses a certain challenge for Heathcliff to comprehend, to employ a degree of effort, any degree of effort to attempt to explain it in a digestible language would constitute a pursuit of inefficiency. Damn, fuck. Lower the baton, I implore you. I shall explain it in full. I was wondering when Miss Mardars would get our gabbing like that again. So what's she on about? Heathcliff's shoulders were relaxed. It didn't seem like he was actually going to swing the bat. He placed it lightly over his shoulder with a sigh. A brief observation of the village seemed to suggest that their subsistence situation was quite dire. Much of their daily sustenance consisted of dried food, most of them made for long-term storage purposes. Considering what Scotty said about how the coastal areas are full of danger, maybe those dried seafood aren't from around here either. Maybe it's food they packed when they first came to Faro Muerto. Some villagers were armed, yeah, and those sea terrors weren't exactly that formidable, but given the state the villagers are in, I doubt they'd have an easy time repelling those monsters. Indeed, and that brings us to the question of sustenance. Right, I get what's going on here. The lass and her granddad are about to visit their hometown, and they're trying to get to some food supplies from there to feed the villagers, and to convince them, they're planning to use the fact that they're from the same neck of the woods, or sea, I guess. Oh, so we're not just repairing their ship, we're repairing their food supply plant, too. Huh? What's wrong? It's, While the expressions were rather crude, Heathcliff's summary of the situation was clear, to the point, and easily understood. The sinner stared at him with mild surprise. And I did too, especially because of how fucking wrong it is. What's with them annoying looks? Wait, oh you sods! You don't think I'm that dim-witted, do you? Top-notch intuition. Heathcliff is the intuitive one of the bunch. Fellas, did y'all forget this? He's the one with the uncanny intuition into people. It's just that it's been a while since you've shown this side of yourself. Thinking back, Heathcliff's intuition always has been excellent, and he'd often put together surprisingly accurate conclusions with an impressive speed. You know, when you really think about it, it's kind of your fault for... I've been too soft on you lately, haven't I? Oi, get back here! Ahem. Now with those fools out of the conversation, was he correct? Exactly, Elusive. Except I think he's fucking wrong. I think they're not really going to come... don't think they're planning to come back from this hometown. Aldous looks away from the usual chaos and asks Mayers. Honestly, I'm surprised. He was on point. Yeah, food's been running low in the village. At this rate, we won't last another year. But the Aegir will... I'm sure they'll welcome us with open arms. I don't want to come off like I'm overly worried, but do you think they'll welcome the others too? Unlike Mayors or Chief, they're not Aegir. I believe they will. Iberia suspects and hates the Aegir for no other reason than that we're from the sea, but our home cannot have fallen so low as to abandon a group of starving land dwellers. Ah, okay. Might thou explain to us who the Aegir are? I had initially thought it to be a reference to a region, yet it also seems to refer to an affiliation of sorts. Maybe there's something like a nest dwellers? Though I don't think I've heard of a nest that accepts backstreets people with open arms. Or maybe they used to be some rich folk? If they call them Nestoff's Aegir here, does that make the rabbit-eared class Aegir too? Wait, in the world you came from, do they not distinguish between races? That is not entirely true. Delineation between races is a concept that does exist. Though I only saw them in the Phantoms, there were those terrifying things called the cuckoo swans. Fuck off, Project Moon. Stop doing this! However, as a general rule, it can be said that humans should be the only intelligent life forms in the city. The people of Terra have slightly varying appearances depending on their race, like my Kautus ears. And I've got pointed ears because I'm an Aegir, though it's not a characteristic every Aegir shares. The closest idea to what they are discussing appears to be, Don Quixote seemed to be struggling to finish her sentence. Yeah, because she would be at the bad end of it. Rousseau stepped in to continue. By context clues and the manner of word usage, including the means of classification, the closest example in our world would be blood fiends. Similar external experiences to humans, different natures, compatible sapiens. 'Tis of my belief that blood fiends are ostracized due to their nature that maketh coexistence with humans difficult. It may be that the Aegir are also... I'm sure some of them do possess qualities that make coexistence without us difficult, but they're probably rare. Then wherefore are they made subjects of suspicion and hatred? That's... well, the language is new, but the idea itself is pretty familiar to the city folks like us. Think of feathers of fallen race, kids born in the backstreets, people who replace their body parts with prosthetics. The form differs, yet in its essence we find a thread. Something about how we keep finding these similarities in the ways of our lives despite finding ourselves in a distant world with different rules, races, and humans, felt oddly discomforting. Ahem! The point is, you guys are doing us a real solid by fixing up the ship. Let's move on from these gloomy conversations, okay? I want to show you the cooler parts of the ship. This way! The ship tour may have to wait. The repairs are almost completed, but an issue has arisen. Issue? Wow, that's not reassuring at all. Multiple life forms identified ahead, assumed to be a sea terror horde. The ship's radar system seems to suggest that the vessel is surrounded. They're the same monsters from yesterday. Executive Manager, please order us to prepare for battle. Damn it! Are they the sea terrors you encountered? They look a bit different, but yeah, probably. There's a lot of them, but if our last experience tells us anything, we should be able to handle this. Amiya, please support us in Amiya, please support us in battle like you did yesterday. Can't stop fight, young mayors. I feel like I'm just gonna get in your way. Then, guys, find a place to keep mayors as far as possible from the battle. Then let's hurry down there. We don't want them damaging the ship any further. At the risk of suggesting something obvious, Dante, maybe keep her with you?
단순해서 좋군 9번 수감자.
Sea Runner.
물론
행색이 이상하나
좋은 성과를 갖고
그래도 이상이야.
돌아온다면
내가 맞서
달고 짭짤한 걸
내가
준비해두지.
So,
아시의 이상을 함께 줬던
these are the on top of
호위
another sea brand thing.
이상이요.
Let's get our chicken in.
시간 끌 것 없이 모두를 지워봐.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 지금 멀겠지만.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고
물론
제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
이 목숨은 아직 따로
저는
있어.
언제나
I have hate suck if I ever
너의
want
쓸모를
to
보여라.
run bleed, you know, when I don't want to use Speak Walk song instead.
일기당천
시리수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨통 끊기. 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
전투 감각 한만큼
물론
수감자가 되어도 훌륭하긴.
꺾고 제쳐라.
이제
Speak Walk song is Dire Brain song.
도통
Maybe, but he does fit in a poison scene.
좋겠어.
다들
4번
첫
수감자.
여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도
그래. 그렇게 시원하게 처리하면 보는 맛이 나. 일처리는
I don't really do single status effects anymore.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
저희에게도 이런 힘을 베풀어 주시다니 마음씨가 넓은 분이실까요? 아, 실수로 주셨더라도 상관없어요. 한 번 베푼 이상 낙장불입이랍니다.
확실하게 갈라지는 감각이었네. 방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이, 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나스의 기운들을
What a
이런 공격이 잘 먹는 넌
보면
푸름을
승리도
틔울 수도
시간 문제겠지?
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만
그간의
이
전투
전투가
경험이
성공적으로
없지
끝나면
않아?
모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지
Poison
않겠죠.
I really use
조금은
Good
더
Walk song.
바람
I
불어오는 대로
don't fucking wanna.
짓밟아라.
넌
이건 예상 못한 깔끔하게 물었군.
즐겁겠군.
이제 깨우치시길.
자, 악당 퇴치 성공. 오늘도 정말 멋진 활약이었어.
Why don't I want a friendly
내일도 꼭
fight?
불러주기야.
I wonder why, Elusive.
세상이 평화로워지는 건 기쁜 거야.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다.
This
의의를 바로
ending
세우는 데
music is
일조하였으니
fucking dope, by the way.
내일은 떳떳이
That's just an
살아갈 수
Arknights
있겠군요.
track, or is that something that's actually done by a studio? Yeah. Small side.
뱃대에서 내려 전장으로.
These Seitarers are suspiciously easy.
단순해서
Wait, there's a new
좋고
one.
구분
Oh, it's a big
수가
one. What's your
물론
색이 이상하나
좋은 성과를 갖고
그럼에도 이상이야.
돌아온다면
When it's done by
내가
stage,
달고
not use attack
짭짤한
skills
걸
until
내가
준비해두지.
unless you
아시의
take damage
이상을
while
함께
in standby
줬던
states and are
호의.
combat ready state.
이상이요.
Start using attacks. Don't start in combat ready state. Go to impairment. Turn on the combat. Flashing stars over my hip. So basically, that one just does not start fighting until you trigger it.
시간 끌 것 없이
12세기 명한
I wonder how bad it
모조리
is.
지워버리죠.
숨쉬는 자.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
볼일이 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을.
무상한 목숨. 불끈을 지원했군.
방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나즈를
효율적인
뒤흔들었어.
대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로
참고로
기계는 입에 발린 말
모든
따위
것에
쉽게 하지
견뎠어.
않아요.
목을 떨궈주마.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도 지금은 감회가 새로워요.
방금 전에 위대한 일격을
Well, we woke
기록하는
up the flower.
중간에 이따가 버스에서 회고해야 하지 않겠는가?
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠. 훌륭하군요.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 이 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이
물론
방법이지.
적에게 치명상을 주기는 좋았어요. 관리자님은
모든 것에
당신이
견뎠어.
생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
일기당천. 하나 넘고 둘 넘고
해냈구나. 나랑 붙을 거야.
놀랐어?
도끼를 고작 이 정도 탕로에 허덕여
그간의 전투
해충들을
경험이
도려내라.
없진 않았군요. 딴데
개체의 유효한
묘야.
속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다.
길을
제
열어.
특성만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요.
방향이 아닐 텐데.
확실하게 갈라지는 감각이었네. 그들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
목을 콱 물어버리자고. 훌륭하군요. 이제 깨우치시게.
마음은 열어졌지. 바람 불어오는데
확실하게
목을
갈라지는
떨궈주마.
감각이었네.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
악당 퇴치 성공. 오늘도 정말 멋진 활약이었어. 내일도 꼭 불러주기야.
The remaining entities have all returned to sea. Is everyone okay? It was just like our last skirmish. Sea terrors that had surrounded the ship returned to sea even before the battle came to an end. And their retreat felt too orderly and deliberate to be just running away. It's almost like they're making a tactical retreat. We're doing peachy, but what about the ship? Foe, is the ship okay? Minor damages to the hull, but nothing that will impede the ship's operational capabilities. Whew. So, I noticed during the battle, I might be wrong of course, but I think I noticed how, around the end of the battle, those monsters were starting to go after the manager. You're probably right, actually. I noticed too, at some point during our battle, those monsters realized that it's the manager who's commanding the rest of us. I sensed the very same. Their movements were fluid and adaptive, as though they were learning our behavior. Why does the Church of the Deep worship monsters like them? That ain't much of a question, ain't it? They must have all gone mental. I'm sure they have many reasons, but Seaborns are beings of infinite potential, so much so that there's no superlative big enough to properly convey the scale. As organisms, they can endlessly evolve and adapt. Each time they encounter a new environment or a new element, they transform themselves and other Seaborns. Maybe that's their draw. That fascination may be an attitude most befitting a researcher, yet the transformation of fascination into idolatry is, if I may be frank, not entirely positive. I find them pretty uncomfortable. They just remind me of whales. Then can they adapt to learn a language or to communicate with us? What? Going by everything we heard, I think they sound really smart. Maya's eyes went round at Honglu's suggestion. She brought her hands to her mouth, surprised. It sure was something. I heard that there was a Seaborn who could talk. If non-humans speak the language of humans, regardless of its testaments to their intelligence, I can only think of two possibilities as to why they would. One, to communicate with humans. The other, to deceive humans. More often than not, it's the latter. What about distortions? Some of them already know how to speak. Distortions are phenomena in which humans transform into monstrous forms, first observed after the White Knights and Dark Days incident. Therefore, that example is irrelevant to Otis's supposition. White Knights and Dark Days? She whispered... White Knights and Dark Days. She whispered quietly, but as we were standing rather close to her, we all caught on to the hint of joy in her voice. The pillar of light in the city. Did it really... How have you come across this knowledge, Miss Mears? Oh, that's... Ain't it obvious? We got the culprit right here. The storyteller lass who's been gabbing on with no end. Yeah, she's been knocking non-stop all morning about all kinds of stories, hasn't she? Carmen, what are you doing? Oh? Yet I have not gotten that far. You again. You didn't get so lost in your own stories that you blabbed all about our company secrets, have you? Nay, fine, I would simply not. As Don Quixote was subject to yet another round of schooling, Amiya stared out toward the sea, wary that the sea terrors might start crawling to the surface once again, before turning towards her. I wonder which of the two the Seaborns are. Their sense of self is really, really faint, so I don't think they'd be in either category. I think it's possible that they learned human language out of instinct, that the power of speech might help them survive. It appears that you, Miss Mayers, are quite the expert on the subject of Seaborns. Your knowledge of them goes beyond what fear for one's survival may yield, thereby suggesting a different means of acquisition. Do you, by chance, worship the Seaborns? I don't worship Seaborns. Seaborns don't have any hopes or wishes, just desire for survival. Miss Mayers, does that mean if Seaborns were somehow able to hope? Maybe so. Is that so? The repairs are complete. As we were conversing, Faust descended from the ship with a neatly organized set of tools borrowed from the village. Repairs complete. I'm guessing repairs are done? Yes, the ship is ready to set sail. Did you have a departure time and date in mind? I would prefer if we could depart as soon as possible. We don't have a set time or anything, but I think we should be able to set sail this late afternoon at the earliest. That soon? As you've seen, we don't have a lot to bring with us. By the way, how far out to sea do you guys need to go? We need to find this dimensional door of sorts. I could see the dimensional door's light from the beach at night. It was faint, but given how the light's strong enough to break through the sea fog, we should be able to determine its location somewhere around the coastal waters. So, we can go back tonight? The first order of business is to relay this news to the villagers. Yeah, back to the village for now. Something stupid's about to happen, isn't it?
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어.
Something stupid other than fucking
두려움 없이
Carman.
나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요.
Well,
그러니
something stupid's about to happen.
언젠가 재회할 날 꼭 내게도 은자를
Shut up,
주시오.
Yisung.
내 그것만을 바라.
There's something going on in the village. Yeah, I hear it too. I'm hearing people shouting and hollering. When we returned to the village, ship repairs completed, we were welcomed by a rather hostile standoff. A quick count told me that there were approximately 20 people assembled at the village square. You know, I just realized something. Out of all the sinners, Dawn would probably be the only one who hasn't experienced the White Nights and Dark Days herself. Because she was probably still catatonic during that period, that state. Considering its population, that was pretty much the whole village. Who's that over there? Inquisitor. I think we've been found. The Inquisitor, dressed in a well-kept uniform, was about the same height as Don Quixote. The sword and the lamp hanging from her waist stood in stark contrast with the more run-down ramshackle village. Weirdly enough, this kind of reminds me a little bit of Skadi, in a way. She almost looked like a fixer from the city. Oh god, it's a fucking pale fixer. Run. So the Inquisition has discovered our village. Did you really think that you could forever stay out of the Inquisition's gaze, citizen? That's a naive dream. Fabius disappeared from the Inquisition mid-interrogation under charges of suspicion of membership within the Church of the Deep. Last known location, Salt Flat. The other Inquisitors have informed me that you have been identified next to pirates in its fringes. From a criminal to an outlaw. What a dramatic evolution of your career. But it ends here, now. Every citizen here, including you, will be accompanying me to the Inquisition. They have never broken a single law, nor are they outlaws of any kind. They are not like me. They've disregarded the Inquisition's authority, evaded the gaze of Iberia, and found the southern coast to lurk in. Tell me I'm not supposed to find that suspicious. What are you talking about? You can't just start arresting people left and right without a tenuous suspicion like that. With a tenuous suspicion like that. You shouldn't! We only wish to live a quiet life, ma'am. If that's so, then you might find yourself returning to this village one day, as long as you're telling the truth. Which is not an option for you, Fabius. Mayors, was Chief really a pirate? Well, yeah, but as far as I know, he's been out of the game for a while. And even when he ran with the pirates, all he ever did was share fin beef jerky to villages. Or carry Agirians between them. Even if you're telling the truth, Mayors, I doubt the Inquisition will be lenient. Well, what now? I have but one question to ask. That Inquisitor, is she following the proper legal procedures? I don't know much about the laws of Iberia, but Dr. Keltsitz told us the words of Inquisitors were pretty much the law here. it is likely that she is following the proper legal procedures. The procedures are precisely what the villagers have fled from, after all. Then it is decided. Otis quietly dragged me to the side and whispered outside Mayor's earshot. The sinners who were right next to me seemed to have picked it up, though. Executive Manager, we best immediately return to the ship, take command of it, and sail out on our own. It is unwise to involve ourselves in this conflict. What? Are you seriously suggesting that we just let him arrest the villagers? Didn't you hear what the Inquisitor said? It seems quite cut and dry to me. If this is just standard procedure with no local laws broken, we are in no place to involve ourselves. Our best hope is to take the ship before they impound that too. But we can't do that. Even if it's standard procedure, even if they're working within the law, it's not. You stayed up to hear Mayor's story too, didn't you? You know, the N-Corp Inquisitors were working within the law too when they came for the village. That was standard procedure too. If anyone had stepped in then, I know what you went through, but I'd still rather not take a risk in an unfamiliar environment like this. I will try my best to figure out how to sail that ship. If I cannot, then I have faith in Ismail to quickly learn its controls. I can't say you're wrong, but I don't know. Neither you nor I know anything about the ocean currents here, Otis. We can get the ship going, but I can't guarantee that we'll reach the dimensional door without any trouble. Do you know anything about the sea currents in this region? Not much, but I know the coastal seas somewhat. And you can't fight the Inquisitors directly here in Iberia. Fleeing with the ship might be the better option. What should we do, Dante? Yeah, I guess it's kinda awkward for us to just take the ship and go, huh? How about we try to talk to the Inquisitors then? I think we should at least try to hear them out first, them being the Inquisitor and the Chief both. If the discussion goes well, we might even be able to get the Inquisition's support. Like Mr. Honglu said, we should hear them out first, then try to convince them. I agreed with them both. First, let's at least see what the Inquisitor has to say. R. Rabbit's right. She says? Are you certain that translation was accurate, Sinclair? Right? There's no way Ryoshu would choose anything other than violence, right? Idiots. It's because the other options are pointless. Inquisitor Sinas, we're already under suspicion. She will doubtless try to stop us if we flee now. So talk first, hold her guard, then attack. Pretty sure that's not what Amiya meant. Well, if she's already onto us, then we shouldn't give her any excuse to attack us by running away. I was wondering what you were doing there, lurking in the background. A clock-shaped head? Are you from the Columbian Union? They're wearing a clock for a head due to reasons, but they have nothing to do with the Columbian Union. What's the Columbian Union? Tick-tock. What language are they speaking? Regardless of whether you're from Colombia or not, you're clearly not from Iberia, let alone this village. You're not wrong, but I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm quite certain that you don't know enough about these villagers to stand between them and an Inquisitor. How long have you been staying here? 2 days? Buddy, don't just go telling her that. 2 days? Alright, enough of this chicanery. Get out of my way, outsider. The attempt appears to have been made on quite the unstable ground. Please lend us your ear for a minute, Inquisitor. I am Amiya, leader of Rhodes Island. Yes, I am aware of Iberia's close border situation. I felt hope swelling within me as Amiya began with confidence, unlike Sinclair. Alas, it was short-lived. Thanks to the Inquisitor's quick retort, I couldn't help but place my palm against my forehead at the exchange that followed. Oh, so not only are we dealing with outsiders of dubious origin, we have illegal entry as well? We had to, because the issue demands urgency and... I've been briefed. Brazenly crossed the border, didn't you? I don't know how urgent that issue could be, but I doubt it's anything more significant than the situation at hand for Iberia and its Inquisition. The High Inquisitor is handling the Rhodes Island issue. Stay put and await the consequences while he and that chatty med doctor of yours talk it out. Do know that your treatment may depend on her negotiation skills. As for the village chief, I understand that you have the right to arrest him, as he is a fugitive who has fled in the middle of an interrogation and has been sailing with the pirates. However, it is an inhumane treatment to arrest the rest of the villagers as well. Inhumane? This decision is well within the rights bestowed upon the Inquisition. They've lived for years right next to that highly suspicious area. The Inquisition was to investigate the rest of them as well to verify whether they have committed any acts of treason against our laws. This isn't going anywhere, is it? Listen, they've been surviving for years upon years by the coast without the protection of the Inquisition, and that simply cannot make sense. Oi, I think I've heard enough from you. Ain't it funny how you're blaming them for what is essentially a failure of your responsibilities? And now you roll up in here, only to go, they shouldn't be alive, I'm arresting them all? What are you saying? What? Are you saying these people should all be dead or something? I am. There's no other way to cut it. People simply shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this, not for this long. The Inquisitor's reply only seemed to fan Heathcliff's wrath, as he lifted his bat and began striding forward. That's it! Last, if you ever so much as touch the tip of a single villager's hair, please calm yourself, Heathcliff. But Honglu stepped in between them. Get your bloody hands off me! I've had enough of her! Continuing to threaten her will cause something irrevocably bad to happen. I believe you know that yourself, Heathcliff. What do you suggest, then? We're clearly not making any progress by trying to talk this out. Excuse me, Miss Inquisitor. What do you mean that people shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this? I mean it literally. Even by some miracle that they actually do survive, they should at least be suffering from endless hunger, struggling to make to their wits' end at the inevitability of the calamity. But they look too healthy. The heck? And shouldn't you be applauding them for managing to survive through so much hardship? I'm an Inquisitor. I'm not some crazy person on a power high who goes around accosting and harassing civilians of Iberia straight to the gallows, okay? I have more than enough probable cause to take them in for interrogation. It's just that I don't have the time or the energy to explain every single one of them to you outsiders. I promise them a fair judgment, whichever that may be, after a proper investigation. Please write judgment with 2 E's. So, stop it with this obstruction of justice! The Inquisitor brandished her rapier threateningly, her voice shaking with frustration. Dante, without the full picture of the circumstances, Faust advises against further antagonization of a local political authority. I agree with Faust. I get the feeling that she isn't the kind of heartless inquisitor that goes around indiscriminately executing innocents, like Miss Mayers told us about earlier. I don't think she's anything like the Inquisitors of Encourt we saw back at Kao. They were right. We didn't have the full picture of the circumstances. Getting in the way of an Inquisitor, who was clearly a rather significant political entity in the area, was most likely a bad idea. It isn't the Inquisitor's job to answer your questions. Continue to obstruct me, then, as the standoff was showing no signs of ending. Miss Mayers? I can answer your questions, so for now, let's do as the Inquisitor says. Mayers, who had been hiding behind us ever since we returned to the village, suddenly stepped forward. Yet, what of thy grandfather and the villagers? It's alright. I'm sure this is happening only because the Inquisitor doesn't know. What do you mean you'll answer the questions? About the profound silence. Mayer's response to Otis was but a single consonant. I didn't quite grasp its significance, but it seemed to surprise the Inquisitor. That's what they call the calamity that destroyed Iberia. Oh, time for some fucking Arknights lore for once. Because we've been mostly been going through this Sinner's backstory, or not even backstory. Spinning block. I'm not even halfway and I'm 2 hours in already. Jesus fucking Christ.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
Decades ago, a great wave ravaged through Iberia. It wasn't long before the seaborns carried by the waves diminished Iberia's brilliant civilization to this. The waves, the profound silence then must have reduced the village to its current state as well. Is there any reason it's called the profound silence? It doesn't seem to be the most appropriate moniker for a calamity like that. It's because the sea went dead silent before the waves came. The silence then claimed ships out at sea, then the cities of Iberia, then the Iberians. No one could say a word in face of the ineffable calamity. What are you? No average Iberian citizen should be privy to any of the information you're sharing. And the Church of the Deep is really capitalizing on the pandemonium that followed the profound silence. They pretend to be Aegir from the sea, delude the citizenry of Iberia, and are sowing chaos in their lands. So that's why they're harassing the Aegir left and right. I can see the thought process, but... Huh. So, it's understandable why the Inquisitor would want to arrest us. Dante? This isn't good. Sharing that seems to have been some kind of a taboo-like thing for the Inquisition. The Inquisitor wordlessly stared at Mance. Her eyes were filled with traces of anger and confusion, but... She's afraid. There was fear in the face of a threat. Not the fear of the terrified, no. It's the fear of someone who's suddenly confronted with something they must do. The High Inquisitor once told me that, should I come across an Aegir who knows too much, there is a sliver of a chance that they may be of assistance to Iberia. Cease! Thou art threatening the innocent with thy brandishing of the firearm! But most are seduced by the allure of the sea. Thus, they are, with little doubt, our foes. I've got a bad feeling about this. Get out of my way, outsider! Final warning! Run! Quick on the uptake as always, Rhodia slung Mayors over her shoulder and ran past the villagers, while the sinners scattered in all directions to distract the Inquisitor. I love how Rhodia is the fucking strong woman. I guess she would be faster to react than Merceau, in fairness. The Inquisitor draws her firearm, and in the midst of all that action, Don Quixote runs toward the Inquisitor without a moment's hesitation. Don Quixote? Thou shalt go no further. I, a fixer of justice, shan't abide by as thou persecute them. Forsooth, 'tis a battle delayed, not avoided. This clash is inevitable. In that moment of crisis, seconds before this could irrevocably make us a new enemy, Monter. How do you say that? Monitor? I've heard monitor. Monitor. Oh, hi. A large obsidian crystallization in the shape of a monster burst forth between the two of them. Ah! Who is it this time? That's enough meaningless bickering. Dr. Kelsit! Do you know her? Yes, she's Dr. Kelsit. Rhodes Island Medical Department. Ah! Dr. Kelsit, behind you! Shoot first, talk later, is it? The negotiations are over. From this moment onward, Rhodes Island is now operating within legal capacity on Iberian territory under the Inquisition's authorization. The Inquisitor fired a blast off that firearm with her weapon, but the monster summoned by Kelsit managed to deflect it. And the cannonball thrown from the weapon punched clean through the wall of the building we stayed the night, before punching through several other buildings behind it. That was enough to instantly freeze the sinners and the villagers on the spot. That penetrated a building. Though their walls may be weaker than the head standard for what counts as a building's exterior wall, to punch through so many is... what a precise point it makes. Now's not the time to stand around impressed. It is a violation of a taboo to have that much penetrative power in a firearm. Oh cool, so the guns got nerfed both in cost and in power. We're not in the city. Don't lose your heads over this. Taboos don't apply here. My head knows that to be true, yet my heart finds it difficult to be still. That is enough of that discussion for now. It is advisable that we carefully observe and grasp the situation at hand instead of deliberate on a taboo the jurisdiction of which does not reach this far. Yeah, so the situation's gotten slightly better, right? If she's Amiya's friend, she's our ally. Besides, she's got some super powerful looking prosthetic gear looking thing too. Is that what you think? I apologize for the disappointment, but I am not on anyone's side. In other words, your particular denomination ally might not be entirely correct. Oh no. However, if I must define my allegiance, then let me inform you that the closest label would be that I am Inquisitor Irene's ally. Dr. Count said, Amiya, outsiders. As much as you would like to deny it, Inquisitor's suspicions are true. While it can be said that the process by which she reached that conclusion was unfair, the conclusion itself is, without a doubt, correct. So they're actually connected to the Church of the Deep? That is one way to put it. To be more precise, they aren't connected to the Church of the Deep, they are the Church of the Deep. Perhaps the village itself is a dilapidated church of their congregation. Our village? A church? Just look at our buildings! Where would we even congregate? Your thoughts, Faust? There are not many resources by which we may analyze the decision. However, the fact that Amiya's colleague has made the same argument as the Inquisitor brings the accused's defense into question. Yet, I can hardly believe that young Mears is lying to us. Hold on, you've been chatting plenty with that Inquisition or whatever. How do we know you were in the land with them the whole time? I see, you really are all entirely in the dark. An expected outcome, given that all of you may be from a place far beyond the dimensional door. As fortune should have it, there is no need for you to know it anyway. Truth is truth, unchanging, without the acceptance from an errant group of outsiders. Besides, soon... I'm sorry. It seems that we've mired you in this trouble. Ah! Say no such thing! We shall not abide by as one such injustice is perpetrated before our eyes! The village has already been identified by the Inquisition, and the Inquisition has even brought an ally. It seems quite unlikely that words shall resolve this conflict. But we promise you, we will take responsibility for what is done. We have benefited far too much from your warmth and kindness not to do so. The village chief, with a benevolent look, pulls a dagger from his cloth, and I immediately knew what Kelsit was about to say. Take responsibility? You don't have to go that far. Ah! Blimey! We are now departing for the sea. Yet as we cannot bring ourselves to leave you here, I must ask you to join us for this journey. Become our blood. What are you doing? Stop! The unanticipated, or perhaps I was simply in denial of this rising dread, ambush did not end. Neither. Damn it, the Inquisitor was right! The villagers suddenly began shanking the sinners with weapons they had concealed in their clothes, and it seemed that they were coming for me as well. Ah! Amiya, on your left! Amiya materialized a black ribbon-like apparition, petting away the dagger flying in my direction. But another villager rushed in, taking advantage of the opening. The charging villager's back made a visceral, crunchy noise. Someone flung them away. Didn't mean to be this late. Scotty, let me catch you up to speed. I know the situation. This fishy smell was what I went to investigate earlier. But what about the sinners? Unlike Amiya and I, who managed to survive the initial ambush, the sinners weren't doing so well. At least we had a silver lining in that the Inquisitor and Kelsit quick understanding of the situation and the subsequent retaliation left the villagers away from the sinners. How? I didn't notice any hostility or aggression. What an odd thing to say. Why would we hold any animosity against you? Why would he intend to kill you? We are not trying to hurt you. We are simply trying to give you a form better suited for the sea. Until we were obstructed. I apologize for our unfamiliarity has caused you trouble, Inquisitor. I won't make a big stink about what happened. What's truly unforgivable is that the heretics tried to take advantage of the ignorance of our outsiders to flee the Inquisition. And even if you are outsiders, any lives lost on Iberian soil are my responsibility. It's my fault. I'm sorry it came to this. Wait, lives lost? We're still alive, you know. You can shake off a stab wound like... This is most unfortunate, outsider. Huh? What? Your friends are either going to die or turn into sea wolves. The daggers that stabbed them were laced with the flesh of sea tenants. Once that happens, most die, and the survivors become overwritten by themselves, becoming nothing more than another sea monster. What? That's not a very big deal? Everyone was acting like this was it for the sinners, but hey, I should be able to deal with this by turning the clock. It's not that bad. My only concern was that I didn't know what would happen if I tried to bring them back after they're fully transformed into seaborns. The Golden Bow helped deal with the whale's palification effects, but I had no idea how it would interact with seaborn transformations. We should just kill them before they turn. I know this must be very hard for you, but for what? Sorry to bother you with this, but can you kill my friends? And preferably in the least painful way, you know? Yoshu! Oh, sorry. Was the last part kind of too much to ask? Wait, don't give up already! If we bring them back to Rhodes Island, we should be able to do something to help them. How should I explain this? Guys, can you... Dante, I know what you mean, but I just can't right now. My strength has rapidly deteriorated since the ambush. It's kind of tingly too, so maybe they use some kind of paralytic cocktail? Just trust me this one time. I can assure you that I'm not just giving up on them. But, Amiya, can you understand the outsider's speech? Yes, it's just that they're making a pretty difficult request. They want me to kill all of their friends before they transform into seaborns. Okay. And before we even knew it, Scotty had already decapitated the sinners, none of whom resisted. Amiya seemed to have been taken aback by how fast Scotty jumped into action. But what are you doing? Scotty? Don't let this spook you. This is just how we roll. The decapitated heads creep towards the headless torsos connected with the threads of blood. Hang on. Did they need to be dead? Is this fucking Dessa Banks logic? The sensation is that of reversal. It feels as though the sinners and I are severed from the rest of the world, rewinding in isolation. Is this rewinding us going back in time, or are we defying the concept itself? This pain is multifold worse than the sensation of a straightforward decapitation. The pain is in the heart. As the current of death reverses, I sense a deep, crushing isolation. I mean, I get that, Elusive, but I thought they didn't need to be fucking dead first. But I guess you have a point. But isn't the point that we're rewinding to before they get infected? Their wounds are disappearing. Resurrection, metempsychosis, or time reversal? Puzzling. I have no knowledge with which to interpret this technology. The cost seems to be that the pain is transferred to the one who rewinds. But that seems too small a price for such great power, though the discussion of whether this can be categorized as power should be explored later. I couldn't stop shaking. All of my limbs were trembling from the icy solitude. Still, I took a moment to collect myself and ordered the sinners. I don't know just what they were thinking, but we should be able to find out once we take them down. You dare deceive the executive manager and try to take their life? Prepare thyself, for thou shalt not pay the price for making a mockery of justice. Yeah, we can't just let this slide, you know? How unfortunate. I had high hopes that all of you would become fine bloodkins.
단순해서 좋군 9번 수감자. 물론
행색이 이상하나
좋은 성과를
그럼에도
갖고
이상이야.
돌아온다면
내가 맞서
달고 짭짤한 걸
내가
준비해두지.
Okay, so
아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위
please shut up! Heal 3 SP for every surviving ally. If this unit did not take damage this turn, gain haste. So you really want to hit them. And on hit with an unopposed attack, so don't do unopposed attack. Oh, and there's 7 of them. And then there's Mr. Fox. Gain 5 seats out on a similar. If an allied senator has 5 stacks of this effect, it escapes the battlefield. When an allied senator has a defense skill equipped while it has this effect, they escape battlefield at combat start. This unit has a mini shield after getting hit, inflicting sinking against target. Panic type doesn't change. Deals more damage from payment. I see, Vay. Nice. Combat turn in. So you really want to crack those shields. Jesus. That's not good. Priority very high. Oh, I see. So I really want to take out the orange one.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
I wonder what happens. I wonder if these people would be weak to sinking. It would be kind of funny if they were. Thank you, Paul.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 딴테 적합한 조치였습니다.
물러나라. 네 목숨은 아직 따로 쓸 곳이. 적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를
다들
보여라.
기운이 넘치는군.
Where's the
역시
player?
본인이 직접 선별한
네.
용기를 북돋는
아르카나를
영웅감
처리하지
탑5가
못한 나는
도움이 되었는가?
쓸모없는 존재야.
My people aren't in the right order. Why is that?
어쩌면 내가 선택받은 내가
이번 죽은
야, 야,
들
shut up.
글러먹었네. 그래, 처음부터 싹이 별로긴 했지.
죽은
이 지명을 받듭니다.
이 경로는
need my
소모되게 나쁘지
chicken.
않군 거래.
I just realized why it was given the yo branch. I might be dumb. In fact, it almost seems like the yo branch was formed around
단순해서
it.
좋군 9번 수감자. 물론
행색이 이상하나
좋은 성과를
그럼에도
갖고
이상이야.
돌아온다면
내가 맞서
달고 짭짤한 걸
내가
준비해두지.
아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이요.
Actually, I can just offset those.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
무상한 목숨. 불끈에 지원했군.
물러나라. 네 목숨은 아직 따로 쓸 곳이 있지.
저희에게도 이런 힘을 베풀어
너의
주시다니.
쓸모를 보여라.
마음씨가 넓은 분이실까요? 아, 실수로 주셨더라도 상관없어요. 한 번 베푼 이상 낙장 불입이랍니다.
Sorry about that. I was AFK for a second. Don't worry about it.
자,
시비수에게
어쩌겠지. 잘 생각해보라고.
원더풀한 선택이었어 나리.
God, I love Sinclair's chicken scream.
도끼를 본다.
해냈구나.
저
나라도 그랬을
해충들을
거야.
도려내라.
무용하군요.
아,
묘여.
여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
길을 열어라.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리죠.
나라도 그렇게 했을 테지.
I should probably have used the S1 for that.
몰아넣었으니 더는 못 따라나. 지 목을 떨궈 주마.
정말 잘했어. 어? 악당들을 죽여야지만 정의가
Well,
존재할
guys,
수
it's
있는
fucking
법이니
time.
불쌍하게 느낄 필요는 없지 않아?
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리죠.
Sorry, Miss Kelton, we're borrowing your file for a bit.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 일단
넌 분명히 튀울 수도 없겠구나. 하나 넘고
날 이해하는 정말 감동적이지 않을 수 없네. 해결사 영웅기에 이런 구절이 있었지. 어디 보자.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
있잖아. 사실 마법 소녀들은 항상 인력난에 시달리거든. 너희만 괜찮다면 혹시 우리를 도와서 아니야. 그건 선택의 순간이
I should have enough
필요하니까.
points to get the spell again.
내가 정할 순 없겠네.
I've not been keeping count, but I guess I'll check. It would make sense.
그치?
Actually, can I just damage raid this? Have Ismail kick your ass.
일기당천.
시도는 좋았어요.
Well, I don't know, Fabius, but you do not look so well. I don't know why I'm checking.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리죠.
물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라.
이제 깨우치시길.
혈염도 바로.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다.
악당 퇴치
참고로
성공!
기계는
오늘도
입에 발린 말
정말
따위
멋진
쉽게
활약이었어.
하지 않아요.
내일도 꼭 불러주기야.
But wait, I think they're heading to... He's running himself into a dead end. Are they seeking refuge at sea? Wait, that's where the ship is. That's where they're headed. They're trying to board the vessel Massas. Wait, but we never told them that the ship was repaired, so how? Ain't it obvious? The whole village is in on it. It ain't a surprise they'd sent someone to spy on us, or they know a way to get the ship floating even in its broken state. Vessel Massas? Vessel Rebellion de Massas. That ship is moored at a port in that direction. Wait, it can't be! Irene, who was preoccupied with battling the rest of the followers of the Church of the Deep who were in hiding, quickly gave chase. But Fabius and the villagers were already aboard the repaired ship, slowly departing the harbor with a horde of sea terrors between us and them. How can a vessel of that size become operational this fast? The exterior, the name, it must have been constructed during the Golden Age of Iberia. But how are we supposed to chase that? What if we built a raft and rowed after them? Mate, come on! Sea's full of sea terrors. It won't get very far before it sinks. Do you see something, Amiya? You keep looking in that direction. Oh. The vessel Massas soon disappeared into the mist, and the village was left empty with nary a sign of people ever having been there, as though this getaway had all been premeditated. Leaving only mayors.
또 한
be
줄
honest-
길을 남겼군.
To be honest, I'm
빗물진
surprised
길이
she's still alive.
세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍로가
Should be 1,000, yeah?
무엇을 바꾸었는지를.
So I guess I'm not getting Scotty yet. Freeway agreement. Time for the yap off. Damn it, can't we just take any ship to go after it? It's a research vessel. It can't possibly be very fast. This will be difficult. Even if it is a research vessel, I'm sure it was constructed during the Golden Age of Iberia. No average ship can keep up with it. Which is a problem, because I doubt we have any ship that can travel at the same speed. We only have a few small vessels left, which are all anchored too far from this location to be feasible options. Do we have any recourse? No, not unless we can identify the exact location of the vessel. Which is the real problem. We can find ourselves a ship to go after them, yes, but most eyes of Iberia, the Librarians' houses, were lost during the profound silence. Wait, when you say most, do you mean that there's some left? Just one, as far as I know, the one in Ground Faro, but that lighthouse cannot be used at this moment.
Name.
There's another. There's another. There's a lighthouse you can use. Really? Are you really going to give one of the villagers the benefit of the doubt? Yet young Scotty have already confirmed her to be safe. All I confirmed is whether she's a Seaborn or not. Can't know if she's a cultist. Tis true, yet... Once we saw that Mayers was left all on her own, we decided to have her accompany us at all times and keep her within Irene's eyeshot. We couldn't possibly blame her for what happened, given Scotty's confirmation that she doesn't have anything to do with those sea monsters. Besides, they'd all left her behind. But Irene still seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. The problem with Jaeger is that she simply knows too much. Where could she possibly have gained access to all that information? See? She can't even answer that question. But let's think about it this way. What if we were to ask her what we don't know? The location of that lighthouse, for example. They're ticking rapidly. What did they say? Dante says that we should approach it differently and ask him what we don't know, like the location of the lighthouse. That seems like a reasonable suggestion to me. Or does the Inquisitor have an alternate solution to this conundrum? No, but... Fine, let's hear it. I want to interrogate you about how you have access to these things that even us Inquisitors don't know. At least not right now. Faro Muerto, that lighthouse, that's our village name. Somewhere a little ways off from the coastline, there's an intact Eye of Iberia on the sea, though it was almost destroyed when the profound silence swept through. Off the coastline? Is it not connected to the land? I think it used to be, until it sank. We should be able to procure ourselves enough wooden material from the village to build a raft. Is it near enough for a raft to be the means of access? The weather's not great today, but it should do. It's not very far from the coast. Even you? You're going to trust the Aegir? I don't see why I shouldn't. I understand that Iberian's trust of the Aegir is quite profound, yet such sentiment is hollow to the rest of us. Inquisitor Irene, what did you feel when you saw the Rhodes Island operating? If you're talking about the Countess, nothing in particular, other than slight annoyance when she accused me of being an inhumane. So you didn't harbor any hostility or disgust, not that you would have felt any sense of sympathy or empathy either. I thought, I have no history of feelings for or against the Aegir. Such must be the same for the outside. What's she on about? She is conveying that, in matters in regards to mayors, our opinions are more objective than Irene's. Finding the vessel Fabius commandeered will be of benefit to all. Limbus Company will gain an opportunity to return to the city via the dimensional door, while Rhodes Island will have the chance to study it at a closer proximity. And the Inquisition will gain possession of the vessel in which the technology from the Iberian Golden Age is contained. What? You're going to just hand that over to the Inquisition? Why should we covet what was once Iberians? While there are certainly aspects to that vessel that draw interest, I already have a state-of-the-art masterpiece known as Mephistopheles. As long as that can be guaranteed, I see no reason to refuse. Irene eventually agreed to put her trust in Mayor. We are in luck, Executive Manager. It is quite fortunate that our interests aligned exactly with that of the first strangers we encountered in a strange land. Lucky is right. Imagine if we were back in the city, it would have taken them like 3-4 free distortion hunts for us to come to disagreement. Sorry about having to saddle you with this, Mayors. Please lead us to the lighthouse. Okay, happily. So when you said almost destroyed, how almost destroyed is it? I heard that the light faded from the lighthouse a long time ago, but the shape still stands. At least it was when I saw it a few months ago. If the lighthouse is in an inoperable state, we're going to need an expert technician to get it back in working order. The technology it's based on is completely divorced from the popular application of Originium technology, so I doubt there's anyone out there who can work it anymore. Then, you needn't worry about that. Here, we have an engineer and a researcher who are geniuses even amongst those in the city, so we should be able to manage most mechanical failures. Today is just revelation after revelation, huh? I can vouch for Limbus Company's skills. I can also work on the simpler tasks. I've learned a thing or two helping out Gramps, stuff about the lighthouse or various tech stuff. Well, should we all head to the lighthouse together? No, I'll be leaving the group for a moment. Amiya will accompany you instead. What? After all that, you're just going off on your own? Yes, to join the Doctor. It is imperative for the successful execution of this mission. Of course, that hinges on Amiya and Scotty remaining behind here to assist the rest of you. Thus, I will leave it to the rest of you to take the Eye of Iberia, the lighthouse, back. Wait, what do you mean, take back the lighthouse? Is there someone or something out there that's taken over the lighthouse called the Eye of Iberia? A likely supposition. Amiya, what did the manager of Limbus Company say? They're asking if the lighthouse has been taken over by something. Not a bad intuition. Yes, there is a high likelihood that the structure has already been overrun by sea tappers. I don't know about overrun, but I've encountered them a few times when we approached it too closely. Normally, this is hardly enough personnel to attempt a raid on the lighthouse, but... Answer me this. Are there any limitations to the revival? There are no restrictions as long as Dante, the manager, survives. However, do note that battle efficiency depreciates with prolonged battle due to mounting mental stress on the manager. No need to change your plan then. Amiya, use this communicator to alert me as soon as you are able to identify the coordinates of the vessel from the lighthouse. If luck would have it, we should be able to reduce the time it takes to complete the retrieval mission. Okay, as long as you're not taking everyone with you. If it's just her who's leaving, then go ahead. I think we should be fine, too. Then, let us commence mission Vessel Massas Retreat. Righto, step one of the plans arrived, right? Let's get on with it. That's Southern, not British. It's done. Let's go. What? Why are you looking at us like that? if there's something bothering you, must you ask? Just look at how proactive and quick she is to jump to action. Certainly lives up to the image of an employee working for a large corporation. Thanks, Otis, for that charitable view, I guess. Thanks to Scotty, who had already finished the first step of the plan, we were able to move on to step 2 immediately. Oh, she's like Merceau. She heard we need wood, she went and got wood. Operation Lighthouse Retrieval.
이런 임무는 뱀 중에서도 내가 제일이지.
After a while of carefully sailing on Scotty's raft along the coastal cliffs, a gargantuan shrouded lighthouse emerged from the thick mist. Eye of Iberia! Even in its dilapidated, ruined state, touches that are at once monumental and sensitive are apparent on the exterior construction of the lighthouse. Some even call these lighthouse guardians of Iberia. It retains the grandeur of the era as it was built during its golden age. You really know everything, don't you? It is as she said, but now these lighthouses are nothing but graveyards of countless inquisitors and soldiers of the penal battalion. No one who's attempted to retrieve a lighthouse has ever survived the expedition. Can you please not say scary stuff like that, Miss Irene? We are literally about to walk into one. Ah, don't you ever quit chirping? What are you, a foul beast? Stop yapping in my ear. Why is this one such a coward unlike the rest of you outside? I'm not a coward, I'm just voicing my... She did just say some pretty concerning stuff. How long do you think the repairs will take? Its exterior is rather heavily damaged. However, from what is visible from the outside, its interior is still quite intact. With Miss Faust's expertise, it should not take very long. Fair elusive. Yisong suggested with a smile, but Faust maintained her silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse. Then said something pretty concerning in response. Of course, my wit remains unmarked even in such uncertainty. The currents are pretty wild. Someone's going to have to stay behind and keep an eye on the raft. We can't just leave it here unattended, but I don't know if we can carry it either. I'll stay here and protect the ship. You sure you can handle this alone? I know you're strong, but maybe 1 or 2 more people should stay behind just in case. No, don't need them. Sea terrors will swarm the island if I go with you anyway. So this has nothing to do with you. So what she's trying to say is that she's worried about you not having enough people to take on the lighthouse when she can handle this area alone, which is why she's okay with staying behind alone. Thanks for explaining. Some people just can't help but opt for an extra hoop. Well then, let's trust it. We'll be back, Scotty! Luckily, we didn't run into any sea terrors on the way to the lighthouse. The problem was that the gates were bound shut by strange blue tissue. Reminds me of that Elkhorn branch back at Ucorp, though that one was white. I don't think I can do anything to force it open myself, so... Guys, can you pry open this door? Oi, move over! I'll pull it from the right side. You grab from the left, and... We'll all pull together at 1, 2, 3! 1, 2, 3! Huh? Something's off here. What are you doing? The door is firmly secured in place. This flesh tissue regenerates almost as soon as it is stored. Perhaps you'll need to tap into a wilder form of art to get this sorted. Well, what now? The strange flesh tissue growing on the gates is sea terror. It reacts to the lamp, but it's grown too much to be affected by it in any meaningful capacity. Scotty might be able to open this door with her incredible strength, but... Should I go fetch her? But I think she's already fighting off the sea terrors from sinking the raft. So we're all on our own. Maybe there's an identity card or ego I could use to get through this. So which one? Huh? Just as I was pondering a familiar question, a faint black glow came into view and devoured my sight. It's no intuition or inspiration. It's different from those sort of flashes of realization. And it's not the start of that day that I think of what that is. It's not the horrible dawn that I see every time I turn the clock either. The formless and black space in which I am not permitted to see. A faint noise, a whisper, cuts through. And through that opening, I see light. I reach out to the opening and I see Scotty, born from a very warm place. Scotty? Powerful image crashes onto me like a wave. Scotty, a staggering dancer wielding a blade. Scotty, flaunts her flowing locks. And Scotty, a singer humming in a low voice. Beyond the fringes of cognition, Scotty's existence has become engraved. The sitter who can wrestle and control this little oceanic vital power is... Dante, are you alright? I'm good, and I don't think we'll need to send for Scotty. Huh? What? Hey, Ismail, I've never used this ego before, but I need you to trust me and accept. What? An ego? Not quite. Well, it's not like we ever get to have a practice run with those ego. Whatever it is, seems to me our managers found a solution. Her confusion is short-lived. She lets out a carefree laughter before stepping forward, boldly twirling her mace wands. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Get corroded? Oh, hell yes.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 맨날은 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Did she just kick a fucking anchor through the door? Cracks in the lighthouse are growing. I think she destroyed the door instead of opening it. Sorry, didn't think it'd be this strong. Well, the door's open. What are we waiting for? No, I mean, what? Just what was that? The part where you... What? The part where I suddenly changed into a different outfit and equipped a different personality? Yes, that! That is... This is most fascinating. That an ego could be drawn here, in view of the mirror of Mephistopheles. I think I connected to Amia's subconscious mind. There was this strange, unfamiliar light, and I saw Amia's emotions attached to her memories and experience, so I just reached out to them. My subconscious mind? I just had this feeling that it would work. Sorry about peering in without asking first. But I didn't see anything other than things about Scotty. All I needed were memories and emotions what? I have lost the plot with these voices. But I didn't see anything other than Scotty. All I needed were memories and emotions that can be used to understand the being that is Scotty. It's okay. I also have experience with gaining power from others' memories and emotions to overcome difficult situations. Maybe that's how you were able to draw something from me as well, don't they? That is the most appropriate assumption, especially in a situation in which delving into its principles is impossible. So that's called ego? Verily, of course, Olympus Company's ego is quite distinguished from the other kind of ego which are bloomed from within oneself. That is enough. No further information is to be divulged to outsiders. Yet it matters not whether young mayors and young Amia learn of this. I agree with that fool this time. The Inquisitor used an artillery projectile that penetrated the outer wall. Several of them, in fact, of a building, and the head did not pursue her following that breach of the roof. This is clearly not the city. Ain't it better to let her talk her heart out rather than to mere moan and whine about not being able to say anything? I am convinced. Do as you will then. Faust's reply sounded almost sulky, and Don Quixote immediately began to expound his ego to Irene and Mayor Saint. But everyone was too busy to pay attention to her, and the wet, slithering noises from a distance had put everyone else. Can we do that later? We've got some cleaning up to do. So there were more sea terrors past the door. I think any sea terrors from the sea are all converging around Scott, which means our only roadblocks are the sea terrors still lingering around the lighthouse. Let's go. Let's take this lighthouse back.
단순해서 좋건
Oh look, another one of these.
물론
탐색이 이상하나
좋은 성과를 갖고
그럼에도 이상이야.
돌아온다면
내가 맞서
달고 짭짤한 걸
내가
준비해두지.
아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이요.
That is a lot of sea terrors. Oh yeah, this. Thank you for the minus 0. What? What do you mean minus the 0.5 to all the affinity resistances? So this thing needs to die. Undoubt generates this. Cinders on top of the jump. Take. Really increase in the regular paper stack T10. Another seed brand expands to one side. And on top. Oh. I see. So I want to kill you last. That can be arranged. There you go.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이
이 거리면
저
충분해.
어둡고 악한
너한테
아르카라즈를 지우들었어.
알겠지만
그래,
그러면 승리도
저렇게
시험
시원하게
문제겠지?
처리하니 보는 맛이 나군.
훌륭하군요.
일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
저희에게도 이런 힘을 베풀어 주시다니 마음씨가 넓은 분이실까요? 아, 실수로 주셨더라도 상관없어요. 한 번 베푼 이상 낙장 불입이랍니다.
불가 위야.
시비수에게 명한다.
막아내지 못하리.
이 앞에 숨지는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마.
훌륭하군요. 틈을 끊어 이제 깨우치시길.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도 지금은
토끼를
감회가
보내라.
새로워요.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
이제 깨우치시길.
그간의
묘야.
전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요.
길을 열어라.
적합한
괜찮아요,
조치였습니다.
이럴 때도 있는 법이죠.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
있잖아. 사실 마법 소녀들은 항상 인력난에 시달리거든. 너희만
What is this thing?
괜찮다면
It's your
혹시
spirit
우리를
falls in the
도와서-
next and then-
아니야. 그건 선택의 순간이 필요하니까 내가 정할 순 없겠네. 아쉽다. 그치?
비껴 베어버렸군. 개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
I beat the shit out of this guy. I should be able to force him to stagger.
본인이 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을!
샷! 시도는 좋았어요.
목을 떨궈주마. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Something like that in my apartment's at.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
명에 따라 홍원을
비껴
지켜라.
베어버렸군.
있잖아. 사실 마법 소녀들은 항상 인력난에 시달리거든. 너희만 괜찮다면 혹시 우리를 도와서... 아니야. 그건 선택의 순간이 필요하니까. 내가 정할 순 없겠네. 아쉽다. 그치?
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리. 무상한 목숨. 불끝에 지원할 뿐.
해냈구나. 나라도 그랬을 거야.
깔끔하게 물었군.
아하, 비껴 베어버렸군.
Oh god, there's another one. How many of you are left? Not that many.
목을 콱 물어버리자고. 훌륭하군요. 이제 깨우치시길.
목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
시도는 좋았어요.
아하, 드디어 배워버렸군.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만
And there we go.
한답니다.
They ran out of moves. Which means it's time to put on our ass-kicking outfit.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
무상한 목숨. 불끈한 지원일 뿐. 원더풀 선택이었어.
말로 받아내라.
저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는
씨알도
게로.
안 먹히는 방식으로
도려내라.
넘고 해실을 넘고 상황이 다 좋게 넘어가나 6번 수가
오여. 길을 열어라. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
나라도 그렇게 했을
그쪽
거지.
방향이 아닐 텐데.
이만하면 훌륭하군요.
자, 악당 퇴치 성공! 오늘도 정말 멋진 활약이었어. 내일도 꼭 불러주기야. 세상이 평화로워지는 건 기쁜 거야.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게
What
되겠지.
the fuck are you?
이
Spewer.
홍로가
Attack skills is designation
뭘
close to
받고
enemy.
왔는지를.
When on top of Nether Sea Brand. Okay, so in short, don't kill this one. Even though I think this one has a defensive buff.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
단순해서 좋군 9번 수감자. 물론
한색이 이상하나.
좋은 성과를
그럼에도
갖고
이상이야.
돌아온다면
내가 맞서
달고 짭짤한 걸
내가
준비해두지.
아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이요.
불가
시비수에게 명한다.
막아내지 못해.
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려 돕기를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈분하군요.
묘여.
엄청나게
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도
방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요.
저 어둡고 악한
관리자님은
아르크라들을
당신이
뒤흔들었어.
생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고
우리가
있다.
시간 문제겠지?
제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
꺾고 제쳐.
저는 언제나 옳은
그간의
말만
전투
한답니다.
경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 딴테
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
좋지였습니다. 그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐
처리를 말게
알겠지만.
하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
저희에게도 이런 힘을 베풀어 주시다니 마음씨가 넓은 분이실까요? 아, 실수로 주셨더라도 상관없어요. 한
There
번 베푼
absolutely
이상
have to be so
납작
fucking
부리긴
many
합니다.
of you guys.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
최근엔 좋았어요. 어머, 놀랐어?
방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중이라네. 이따가 버스에서 회고해야 하지 않겠는가?
불가 위약 막아내지 못하리.
친히 목을 떨궈주마. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠고.
확실하게 갈라지는 감각이었네. 공명하는 것 같아. 그 공격을 선택한 건 좋았던 것 같네. 방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중이라네. 이따가 버스에서 회고해야 하지 않겠는가?
Probably not gonna work like this, but fuck it. What do I have to lose?
즐겁겠군.
틈을 끊어 이제 깨우치시길. 효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
무상한 목숨. 불끄듯 지원했군.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘못하는군요.
Well, it's mad.
깔끔하게 물었군.
있잖아. 사실 마법 소녀들은 항상 인력난에 시달리거든. 너희만 괜찮다면 혹시 우리를 도와서... 아니야. 그건 선택의 순간이 필요하니까. 내가 정할 순 없겠네. 아쉽다. 그치?
일기당천.
확실하게 갈라지는 감각이었네.
최근엔 좋았어요.
Uh-oh. I didn't consider that.
명에 따라 홍원을 지켜라.
나라도 그랬을 거야.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
훌륭하군요.
원더풀한 선택이었어, 나리! 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게
흐릿한 등화 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 한해 용이 되어 빈 벼로에 남았구나.
시도는 좋았어요.
Begin the spamming.
불가 위약 막아내지 못하리.
흐릿한 등화 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 한해 용이 되어 빈 벼로에 남았구나.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만
This thing dies
이
by
전투가
itself,
성공적으로
doesn't it?
끝나면 모두의 희생을
I
기리며
don't really have to
축배를 드는
consider
것도
it.
나쁘지 않겠죠. 직원들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다.
시간 끌 것 없이
관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는
모조리
결과겠죠.
지워버리죠.
이런 과정들을
암당 퇴치
통틀어
성공!
신뢰라고 부른다고
오늘도
하더군요.
정말 멋진 활약이었어.
긍정적인 변화네요.
내일도 꼭 불러주기야. 세상이 평화로워지는 건 기쁜 거야.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군.
Huh.
핏물진 길일 뿐이지만
Alright.
세월이 지나면
The
홍호는 그제야
fabled
알게
knight.
되겠지.
Who
이
in the blue
홍로가
hell are you?
무얼 바꾸었는지를.
I do indeed. So, miss. I would like to buy this one game.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메마른 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
I love the fact that this is just an ego Dante now kind of canonically has, aside from the fact that the entire collab is a little bit non-canon. Alright. What the fuck's happening here? Why is there only a single enemy?
그때에서 내려 전장으로.
There were more sea terrors than we expected near the lighthouse, but thanks to Irene's lamp, the light of which paralyzed their nervous systems, paired with the rather narrow passageways, we were able to handle them without much trouble. Also, as the control room was, unlike the exterior walls, mostly undamaged, Faust shares the good news that the repairs most likely won't take very long. Isong was right. Fortunately, the inside is barely damaged. I mean, that looks like some serious damage. How are you progressing, Miss Faust? It is almost complete. We best prepare to leave. Then I'll reveal the darkness. A tremor shakes the building with a loud boom and debris begins to fall from the ceiling. The lighthouse's precarious floor suddenly collapses from the shock. The floor's giving way! What's going on out there? Something rammed against the eye of Iberia. I see odd shattering through the ocean's surface, the sheer explosive force turning water into mist. And it is charging at us once again. As Isong noted, I saw the shadow of a dark figure through the ruptured outer wall of the lighthouse, charging ferociously at the ruined structure. The figure looked a lot like one of those knights of the city's western region Don Quixote would talk at length about. The lighthouse might crumble at this rate. Then we have no choice. We have to stop whatever's up. Faust, stay here. The rest of us will descend in the lighthouse and... The lighthouse is almost fully functional. It'll only take some finishing touches to have its lights shine again, which I can handle, so I'll stay behind. It seems entirely unnecessary to leave the rest to you. I would much rather leave it to Faust, who is an expert. I've read about that Seaborn before. The fables and legends say that he is the last knight, and if those stories have any grain of truth in them, you're going to need all hands on deck to even have a chance at stalling it. You better prepare for a few days of interrogations once I bring you into the Inquisition. Your decision, Executive Manager. All hands on deck. Leave the lighthouse to Mayors. We have to put a stop to that night somehow. Waves crest high and violent behind the spear-wielding knight. We have to protect the already precarious lighthouse against the night. Night begins to charge us, its teeth splitting the very sea, and I instinctively know that this isn't going to be easy. One day, wheat grains he planted did not sprout. One day, he stopped feeling the scent of life between his breaths. Thus, he rides against the currents, hunting after waves. He seeks the waves, and he approaches them, and eventually brings about their destruction. Faint memories, having blinked through Amiya's fables, flash briefly before my eyes, and a seaborn knight wields his great lance against surface sea terrors. He shudders as though with repulsiveness, but he does not stop. You obstruct progress and cover the lands. That is impermissible. This is the land. The knight and the sea terror don't necessarily seem to be on the same side. Perhaps diplomacy may be a viable solution here. Let's overcome the bellowing roar and try to talk to the knight. Angelo! We are not the sea. We are not its waves. The knight's great lance falters with doubt. Waves are the only things that hold any meaning.
아는 것을 모른 채 할 순
敵
없으니
の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
Okay, what the hell?
행색이
Lord
이상하나.
of the Rogue West. When you're
그럼에도
hit, inflict
이상이요.
one cold against the
내가
attacker,
맞서.
one skill. Lose one
내가
speed. If
아시의 이상을 함께 줬던
this
호위,
has 3 skills,
이상이요.
the skill end, take 20 gloom damage, 20 speed damage, and get one frozen. Cold stack expires after all effects are activated. Turn end. If this unit did not attack the last night, expires. Gain 8 protection. If this unit is low morale, half the amount of protection gains. This unit's stat baggage is not kick. When this unit takes damage and brings it up, nullify the damage, then this unit is healed back to 1. And gives a new pattern once to encounter. Attacking damage targets with frozen. Offense level for enemy with cold. Gain misery and calamity. All resistance is changed to normal. Double the amount of Bleed, Burn, Tremor, and Rupture. So not sinking. Gain 2 haste next turn, once per turn. Heal 15 SP, lose 10 SP. So I can still do this. Why is that not? I need to read that carefully. Okay. So I can't get some coal, I just need to alternate attacking and defending. That can be arranged, I think. We want to win that one.
먹을 콱 물어버리자.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 도끼를 보낸다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈을 끊어.
묘여. 길을 열어라.
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
무상한 목숨. 불끝에 지원할 뿐.
もっと効果的な方法が。敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
무슨
모든
술술.
것을 견뎠어.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
불가
Now we
위하
beat the shit out of him.
막아내지 못하리. 틈을 끊어 바로
적을
向こうにも事情があるの
물어뜯고
で
너의
しょう。
쓸모를 보여라.
ですが私たちは止まれません。
자,
촬영도 바로.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
Alright, round 1 complete. What is he doing?
カンテさん、なんだかただならぬ気配を感じます。
VO.5 for that. Well, that's rude. Run and get one hit.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
The knight rides upon the violently whinnying steed. Lands raised skyward, the knight races across the sea, splitting its wings. We won't succeed at this rate. Stall him, please, even for a second. Irene directs her hand cannon towards the knight. Her aim and will undulates on the same frequency as him. We need but a moment to recover. Topple the waves. Go for his legs, not his head. We have to stop the knight's charge. Yoshu! The knight's fierce charge briefly wavers when Synergy Yoshu jumps in his way. The Inquisitor quickly capitalizes on the momentary opening. A blinding spark flies from her hand cannon and the knight is thrown off his feet.
심심풀이는 되는군.
Zan's shadow pulls under the lone. Susurrus of steaming flash sliding behind his flesh can be heard from beneath. Ought they gathered to defeat the knight? They must have first gathered there, believing him to be one of them, until they came to a realization that the knight is a traitor to the great will. The knight leaps off from the surface, but the sea rises violently in response to him back down. The waves crest high, gnawing upon the knight, crashing him back down to the water. But he leaps once again, the cresting waves as his stepping. He belongs not to us. He stands tall against the great will, his head held high in eternal defiance. The unremittent knight rides across the watery mountains and charges them. Cinder Sinclair jumps in the knight's path and pays right lead. The knight rides against the waves and reaches land, the land home, the grains that never strike. His path is twinkling, no, fathomably. In that past, there remains but a legend of a bygone era. You will never be bound, no matter how many times the waves would crash onto it. Rubber pads will deactivate by one of the
너의 쓸모를 보여라.
Which one was struggle? Okay, so he's just more. Which means we need to kick his ass.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리. 숨통 끊기.
Yes, that'll get fast frozen, it's fine.
흐릿한 등화 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 하늘 용이 되어 빈 벼로에 남았구나.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
This is what I get for relying on you, God damn it.
囚人に致命傷を確認。8級対処お願いします。
あらっち。
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리죠.
무상한 목숨. 불끄듯 지원할 뿐.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐
Yeah, I can tell.
알겠지만.
If any of you could clash war for them.
한 넘고 산 넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
Cinder's relentless assault upon the night begins to slow. Though we don't have anything in common with the night, cold loneliness rides his bellow, insidious upon the faint light. Are we waves or rocks in his eye? The sea wets our hands, gives us no time to answer the question. Someone has to stand their ground next to the petrified. It'll have to be Honglu. Consider Honglu's warmth reignites a fire of determination and restlessness. In that moment, Irene raises her lamp, shouting the night with its light. Iberia's flame illuminates her path. Unlike the night, we are not alone, so we did not have to endure the chilling loneliness by ourselves.
아는 것을 모른 채 할 수는
気が優勢です。
너의
状況
쓸모를
を
보여라.
今一度把握し直さなければ。
smart thing to do would be to at least pretend I'm not an idiot. Hi, Nadian.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
적질 않나.
지 목을 떨궈주마.
ピンバスカンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
틈을 끊어. 바로 이. 무슨 술수를.
뜻을 이루기까지 적을 베기 전까지 퇴각은
これが
불허한다.
ピンバスカンパニーのやり方なんですね。勉強になりました。
개의치 않고 말씀을.
Kind of lives and dies. If Faust lives, she can finish this off, I think.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
지나온 길을 생각하면 이 또한 내가 걸어야만 하는 길이겠지.
내 걸음이
囚人
빨라.
の皆さんならきっとできます。私、
도착했어.
皆さん
That
の
is
ことを
by the
信じて
skin
いま
of
す。
my fucking teeth, but a kill is a kill.
목을 콱 물어버리자고. 이제 깨우치시게.
Or a stop at least.
Mission accomplished.
I'm out of rounds. The lamp's almost out too. We're holding him back for now, but we won't last much longer. No BS. I can last. The lighthouse, not so much. What difference does that make? Sinners were reeling from the battle against this enemy, who is more like a force of nature than a human. Without giving us much time to breathe, the knight fixes the spear and begins charging at us again. It didn't take very long for the severity of the situation to dawn as I quickly began to rack my head with a desperate wish. What can I do? What can I do here? That's when, through the mist, the black space begins to envelop my vision once again. Alright, Wait, this is just like... And from the dark, light shines again. I reach out toward it and see, unlike in the earlier phenomenon, which focused entirely and powerfully on Scotty, a single individual, what I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Casimir's. This place was filled to the brim with things that Don Quixote would lose her mind over, like knights and their countless fans, an arena in which the test once met. But the one in Amiya's thoughts sits far from all of that glory, in a very mundane-looking office. He wears a well-kept set of clothing, while his eyes are, with a slight squint, focused on reading the newspaper. The man looked more like an office worker than a knight, but the most radiant part of that scene was a banner hanging on the wall, and a sword. Don Quixote was the first sinner who came to mind, and she, our ardent admirer of knights in pursuit of glory, spin that energy from his sword as her own. Wait, no, he's different. I need someone who doesn't pursue glory. Someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. The sinner who can detachedly wield the entirety of their bygone honor is... Yes, there's just one. I'll trust you, Gregor. Use this ego to hew into the knight's charge. Split the waves. Use the light to split the waves, huh? I hear you, manager, but let's do this.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은.
Are they gonna do this with every goddamn ego?
빛바래지 않을 테니.
The incandescent, golden blades of light surge forth, cleaving through the darkness of the sea. The knight withstands and parries each of those lights away, but he comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts across the sea and looks in our direction as if to admire it. And finally, the lighthouse makes a low, resonant creaking noise before firing a bright light towards the ocean horizon. Mayers has completed the repairs. Oh! The life returned to its house once more! Silence, all! Mayers is saying something. Like Otis says, Myers was peeking out of the window and shouting something at us. Vessel Massas is still near the shores, somewhere in the coastal sea. It moors somewhere by the beach, somewhere quite a bit of distance away from the village coast. Confirmed! I'll radio Dr. Keltsit immediately. Phew, that's all well and good, but what about that monster? Yeah! What if it charges at the lighthouse again and destroys it? I heard it talk during our battle, but I don't think that creature is capable of actually communicating with it. This will be a problem. Don Quixote? Wait, don't get too close to it. It's too dangerous. But before we could stop her, Don Quixote had already approached as close as she could to the sailor, her eyes twinkling. She takes a brief moment to admire the knight and his steed, before asking in an energetic tone, Almighty knight, what is the name of thy noble steed? We'll see Nante. Of fucking course. Wait, she can communicate with him? Ooh! It's quite a coincidence then. My noble steed is also named Rocinante. One who is not a comrade. They are a steed, you say. Forsooth, a steed most fine indeed. It hath served me well over countless adventures of mine, despite its appearance. Yet I must inquire thee, noble knight, wherefore dost thou strike this lighthouse so? Ishar Mla. It was not the waves. The waves are darker, more raucous. Perhaps there was a tad inconvenient misunderstanding here, then. Good night. I and my compatriots are now embarking upon an adventure most important. Yet without obstruction, we are unable to do so. Prithee, wilt thou return through whence thou came? Don Quixote regarded the knight with a stance that was at once courteous and brave. And the knight and his steed Rocinante stared wordlessly back at Don Quixote. I wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight, or if the knight just lost interest, but they both apart of the light, looking out to the far distance. So they really exist, seaborns who hope for something other than just survival. Such powerful seaborns lurk at sea. Are you alright, Donkey? You should be thankful that it somehow yielded a positive outcome. When are you going to fix that habit of rushing forward without thinking it through? Ahem! My apologies! While Don Quixote returned the knight with that bizarre conversation, Amiya raised her voice happily as though she just received good news. What? Dr. Calcid, isn't that true? What's going on? The doctors managed to infiltrate the vessel Massas. They had already done cleaning up the decks and are now waiting for the rest of us to arrive. But it's been hardly 10 minutes since the lighthouse came on. The doctor's an excellent strategist, and based on what Dr. Calcid told us, I think they already had some plans in motion before we activated the lighthouse. Great, let's return to Scotty and join them. We returned to the raft and explained what had transpired. Scotty listened to us quietly before replying in the exact same manner as she did before. Someone's going to have to stay behind. I'll say, go find the vessel Massas. You're going to refuse again if we offer help, aren't you? Yes. Then I'll see you after we retrieve the vessel Massas. I'll let the doctor know what happened here. What an oddball. What an oddball.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Oh boy. More cultists of the deep. Rhodes Island.
뜀박질 시간.
This is the doctor, researcher at Rhodes Island. Nice to meet you. When I, after everything we went through, finally had the chance to meet the doctor of Rhodes Island, I realized I had been building a vastly different image of them in my mind based on the name alone. I might do this one and then stop. I was thinking they were going to be someone like Yisang, Faust, or Hohenheim from LCE. Another fucking reference, although this one has technically already been made. But the first impression of them was similar to what I felt when I met a K-Corp employee. The clock just ticked. And this is Dante, a manager at Limbus Company. That ticking just now was nice to meet you. Okay. Thanks for accompanying Amiya. Honestly, I was pretty worried when we were separated by the border. I should thank you and Amiya, actually. We would have been in a real pickle without her, so... It's a bit embarrassing to repeat that myself. Dante says that we would have been in a real pickle without Miss Amiya. Sorry, Manager Paul can't talk human, so don't worry about it. We'll take over the translation. It is incorrect to state that the manager cannot talk human. A more accurate assessment would state that the manager is incapable of accessing sonic means of communication, which includes verbal communication. However, they are able to produce repetition of multiple sounds that may register on a similar scale to the ticking of multiple hands. Seconds hands, minute hands of a clock. I don't know, something about the way Merceau put it sounds worse. Don't worry, it's not a difficult task when only a single individual has to be translated. Doctor, let us move on to the next steps of the plan. Next steps? Thanks to Limbus Company's efforts, we obtained the exact coordinates of the vessel themselves and managed to capture the decks with ease. However, Fabius, who is suspected to be a bishop of the deep, and his followers have barricaded themselves inside the bridge's control room. While it may seem as though they are hiding, I believe they are trying to bait us. As in, they are waiting for us to enter the bridge before summoning reinforcements from elsewhere to trap us in a pincer attack. Something like that. The elsewhere is most likely to be the sea, as their reinforcements are probably more sea terrors. Fabius is a seaborn, and the ocean will answer the call of their kind. Nimbus Company and Irene will head to the bridge and neutralize Fabius. Ami and I will accompany you to provide support and identify the situation within the bridge. In the meantime, Kelpset and the other operators will remain on standby on the ship's exterior at the pre-designated locations. I'd like to avoid getting surrounded by sea terrors before we manage to take down the Church of the Deep within the bridge. I observed several entry points leading straight to the bridge while we were working on repairing the vessel. Your force doesn't seem numerous enough to close off all of them. It's true that there are many entry points here, but we don't need forces guarding every single one of them, especially here. The hallway is narrow, long, and straight, so... Makes sense to me. How about here? Are you sure you're not overtly focusing your forces to a single checkpoint? Let's see. But on closer look. Looks like Commanding Officer Otis is finally in her environment. Got any questions, Manager Bud? I have no idea what they're talking about, if I'm being honest. Really? I saw you commanding the sinners earlier. You seem pretty adept at giving orders and making strategic decisions. Indeed, they seem quite adept at making on-the-spot strategic commands and identifying exploitable weaknesses and patterns in their enemies. However, the Doctor and the Outsider are operating on fundamentally different fields. No further elaboration is necessary. Agreed. That particular aspect of strategizing is not one of Master Dante's obligations, and even if there is a chance for them to engage in such elements, it may be too early to do so. Is that so? It is. At least that is what Faust has judged. What are they on about? I was about to ask that myself. I don't know. I have no idea. Having finished her discussion with the Doctor over the plan, Otis returned wearing a grim look. Huh? Is there something wrong with the plan? No, there wasn't anything wrong with the plan. I expected a certain degree of competency, but they were impressive, far beyond my expectations. Really? Really? That good, huh? Even when I think back to my days in the line of duty, I can't think of too many like them. Right, so they're dependable. Good enough for me. If your strategizing's done, let's get cracking. What of you, Miss Mears? If it is too much to face one of ways, then you need not follow it. I decided to stay here anyway. The doctor's going to update you in real time on where the safe zones are, so please keep that communicator close to you. I will. Hey, if Grant, is there something you would like for us to do? No, it's nothing. If there's something you want to tell him, contact us through the communicator at any time. We are going to find a way to resolve this as peacefully as we can, but if the negotiations break down... Yeah, I know what you mean, Doctor. Be safe, everyone. Leaving Mayers behind with her unfinished sentence, we followed the Rhodes Island team into the bridge. I'm kind of tired of teasing that Mayers is going to do something stupid. The bridge was as gaudily decorated as ever. Fabius, flanked by hooded followers and sea terrors, greeted us with a kindly smile. Welcome. I truly did appreciate thy kindness. Wherefore didst thou seek to harm us? Your suspicions are certainly justified, but I implore you to think back. If you truly believed that we had sought to harm you then, how would you explain that one peaceful night you had spent in Pharaoh Muerto? We have never wished you any harm. We did not then, and we do not now. None. Not even a day after you folks stabbed us in the back like cowards and you want us to believe that? Our wish has always been the same. We only wish to extend the freedom to roam the seas to those with capable, kind-hearted souls. Mate, we know you were just trying to turn us into sea monsters of some kind. Monster is only a name. The essence of its being changes not regardless of the label given to it. Become one with the sea. Become one with the endless cycle of life, And one day, your misunderstandings will end and you will come to understand. Looks like this fight between us is going to be unavoidable. I pulled out the identity cards the moment I saw Fabius raising his hand. The doctors seem to have finished their preparations as well, as they and Amiens took opposite fast. In time! Get ready, everyone! Let's stop them here for good, no matter how long. Their strategic formation prioritized reducing sacrifices to the Emperor's enemies. Their commands sought to protect, sought to defend, and their forces were quick to follow. Rhodes Island's operation was certainly impressive, but that's not exactly our style. All I can do is put my faith in the systems and push them out. Our style is, trust me to bring you back, no matter how many times they cut you down. Let's wipe them out. This ain't no tower defense, bitch!
단순해서 좋군 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면
내가 맞서
달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
아시의 이상을
To be
함께
honest,
줬다.
dedicating one fucking
호의
sinner to
이상이요.
clicking the box isn't the worst thing in the world.
불가
시비수에게 명한다.
막아내지 못할
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보지 마라.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 단테 적합한 조치였습니다.
That spouse fucking failed me, shorts.
볼일이 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을!
일기당천.
도끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
나라도 그랬을 거야.
틈을 끊어.
묘야.
선택이었어,
넌 튀울 수도 없게.
여기서 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는구나.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
Don, I need you to track the box. Yes, it won't let me track the box. Huh. Oh, because it's still alive. Duh. In that case,
불가 위야
we continue.
막아내지 못하리. 틈을 끊어.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
넌 푸른
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어. 이대로면 승리도 시간 문제겠지?
훌륭하군요. 이제 깨우치시게.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
I just realized
마음 놓고
this might be
여전히
obvious,
첫
but of
여정을
course it would be
시작했을
Don
때보다
Quixote.
정말
It's the last
강해지셨네요.
night of Iberia.
매일 보아왔는데도 지금은 감회가 새로워요.
Wait, that's it? How are you guys dead already? Any of you guys hitting home? No. It is a wave 2. Oh god.
훌륭하군요.
지 목을 떨궈주마.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
창의적인 발상이군. 그래도 가급적 전투 중에 떠올리진
Gillian
않았으면
Paul shit.
좋겠는데.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
틈을 끊어. 바로 훌륭하군요.
빈틈투성이네.
무상한 목숨. 불끈을 지원할 뿐.
방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중이라네. 이따가 버스에서 회고해야 하지 않겠는가?
이제 깨우치시게. 최근은 좋았어요.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
And there he is. Big motherfucker himself.
일기당천.
말로 받아내라.
씨알도 안
저
먹히는
해충들을 도려내라.
그 해신들
물 넘고
상황이 다 좋게 좋게 넘어가 6번 수가
오여. 길을 열어라.
나라도 그렇게 했을 테지. 이만하면
마음 놓고 열어젖히고. 일기당천.
지 목을 떨궈 주마. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
운명의 기운이 공명하는 것 같아. 그 공격을 선택한 건 좋았던 것 같네.
틈을 끊어. 바로 이.
날 이해해야 하는 감동적이지 않을 수 없네. 해결사 영웅기에 이런 구절이 있었지. 어디 보자.
I should probably clean that up. The first 5 years is eating shit.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
산 넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
개체의 유효한
내 앞에
속성을
달리지.
정확하게 간파했습니다.
아시다면
제
능히
예상만큼
그리할 수 있어.
관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는
Nice
것이
sales,
증명되는 것
Ismael.
같아. 다행이군요.
깔끔하게 물었군.
자, 악당 퇴치 성공! 오늘도 정말
Well,
멋진
he's dead.
활약이었어. 내일도 꼭 불러주기야.
They're pretty persistent. Fabius flees again, using sea terrors and his followers as meat shields. Wait, no, I see it now. It's not Fabius who is putting them in harm's way to save himself. The sea terrors and the cultists are throwing themselves in our way, entirely willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure that Fabius gets away. But for all that, the only place left for him to flee on the ship, wounded and cornered by the sinners and Irene's lamplight, was the decks. Nowhere left to run, Fabius. I understand you can't help but continue to thrash and struggle to live, even knowing that there's no hope. But running will only make your pain worse. That's different. Fabi didn't run to live. A voice echoes from under the dark sky. Mayors? Mayors, appearing quite different from how she did a moment ago. She approaches Fabius slowly, her expression solemn and mournful. She looks down at him wordlessly. I told you that your methods won't win their understanding, Fabi. What a shame. I thought those with such wisdom and attitude would. I hoped you would still be able to realize your ideal here, even after I'd left. It will be realized. Fabius may die here, but we will remain. Now it is time. Devour me. But Fabius blurted out threw us off once again, even before we regained our footing from the shock of realizing Mayer's true allegiance. How the fuck are you surprised? Eat people? Haha. Looks like they're about to give us a live demonstration of some gourmet art. I heard it's a pretty common thing in the District 23 backstreets, but I'd rather not see it in person. Hey, I think I'm just gonna look away. That's okay, right? Just what? Doctor, weaker seaborns willingly let themselves be devoured by stronger ones, thereby sharing their experiences and nutrients with them. This is a commonly accepted practice among them. It is but a behavior that prioritizes survival over all else. This isn't done in any sense of sacrifice. It kind of reminds me of the Void Scent in Final Fantasy XIV. The time is here. Devour me. Set sail towards your ideal. Sorry, Fabi. I've still got some canned food left for me on this ship, and I think I'll delay becoming a Seaborn for a little while. Why? I found a new destination. I'll gain a new power from there, and then become a Seaborn. So now is not yet the time. If that is your will, O Bishop. Don't worry, your flesh will fatten the bloodkin of the sea. Mayor waves her hand, and the sea terrors climb up to the vessel from the ship and began tearing Fabius to pieces. Despite the way it looked, Fabius looked exhilarated, and Eddie has a look of suffering or pain wrinkling his face as they ripped his flesh apart. We turned away from the scene that could not be described as anything else other than cannibalism to look at Mayor. Calcid, is she? Don't need to ask questions when the answer lies plainly before you, Doctor. But what is happening? Wherefore did young Mayers? It wasn't Fabius. Mayers was the Bishop of the Deep. Now I kinda wanna press on. Okay. If it's just a fight, I can press on. If not,
의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Light of this. Oh, for fuck's sake. They've played us! Don't despair, we still have the upper hand. We defeated Fabius and his cultists already, and even if they were to summon more sea terrors, we should be able to handle them without much trouble. Hey, Aegir! Just what were you thinking the entire time as you deceived us? I had a feeling I knew what she was going to say to us. She was either going to say that it was for our sake, that it wasn't a deception at all, or maybe she'll give us one final glory. But her reply, the words of which were carefully selected after gazing out at the far ocean, was not what any of us could have expected. I'm sorry. I thought this would be the better way to approach you, but I see how it can come across as nothing more than deception. You're sorry. Why? Dante wants to know why you're sorry. Huh? Well, that's because I did something wrong. Wait, hold on. You've been deceiving us all along, Mayors, and now you're gonna... Oi, what exactly are you after? You're after the same thing that the geezer was, ain't that right? Turn us into your bloodkins, that it was all for our sake, giving all kinds of ridiculous excuses to turn us into one of those monsters? I do hope that you would all one day accept becoming Seaborn, but I'm not about to demand that you let yourself be transformed today, right here and now. I understand that we all need some time to mentally prepare ourselves. May I understand that your statement to be implying that you will not be forcing this upon us, should we refuse? That's correct. It'd be against manners to do what Fabius did, shoving sea terror cells inside your body out of nowhere. Manners, huh? While I was taken aback by the fact that Mayors was a bishop of the deep, it was also true that Mayors had never tried to bring us harm, unlike Fabius who attacked the sinners directly. While she did almost get us in big trouble with Irene while explaining things to us, it's also true that Mayors has been extremely helpful so far. It was her who led us to the lighthouse, and it was hers who stayed in that crumbling lighthouse until the repairs were done as that terrifying night continued to assail its walls. What was your actual relationship to Fabius, anyway? Just someone who also once strove to realize the visions of our ideal worlds? Our goals once converged, but not now. I was pretty taken aback, too, when they attacked you back at the village. Maybe he got greedy when he saw Faust and Otis repairing the ship. He got greedy? Fabius believed that welcoming capable people as Bloodkin would expedite the Seaborn's evolution. Cool, so you're like some cult leader, but you don't necessarily want to antagonize us. You still haven't told us what you're after, though. I'm going to the city that lies beyond the dimensional door. So you're trying to flee to a different world where the Inquisition won't be able to save you? This isn't running away. I just want to help the people of the city, that's all. So I'm bringing the Seaborns with me to the city. Oh, fuck off. Don't tell me! You're going to invade the city alongside those monsters then? Then the fog suddenly glares and the ship shook as it began to move. Vessel Massas has begun to move! This is an automated sailing program. The vessel Massas will now sail towards the dimensional door. I'll let Rhodes Island and Irene go right in front of the door, so don't worry. Did you seriously just tell us to not worry? Faust! Please calm yourself, Dante. It has not yet been determined if that is indeed the dimensional door connecting directly back to the city. No, it has to be. The warm, shining light and the voice from within is getting clearer and clearer. The voice from within, huh? Why don't we just let them into the city? The battles thus far have done well enough to demonstrate the level of danger Seaborns pose. However, I doubt they'll get very far even if they were to enter the city. Don't you agree? In Hongyuan, we've all seen what happens when sapient, sentient, non-human entities enter the city. The head will take action the moment they realize their presence. Of course, we must prepare ourselves for the repercussions in case they decide to hold Limbus Company responsible once the dust settles. Yes, it is also very likely that we will fully escape any culpability, as we saw in the memories of the Kong Massacre. Your thoughts, Urban Nightmare. However, considering their specific attributes, it will not take long for them to rise to become a star of the city level threat. There is a reasonable possibility that they may be issued the Impuritas Civitatis classification. Is that not an acceptable risk? If not the head, they should be manageable by a wing. This isn't that terrible of a calamity. But Galtz shook her head resolutely. No. Your technology seems to be based on something else, which is neither Originium Arts nor any of its derived technologies. And that is precisely what could make your world vulnerable against the Seaworms. Is it because they learn fast? Yes. Those on the front lines of the war against Seaborn stubbornly stick to using traditional, low-tech weapons. Deploying high-technology weapons against them is only going to make you an enticing meal. Then can't we just let whichever unfortunate wink that ends up fighting these... Do take into account that it may take a significant amount of time to earn their trust. Even if they were to become convinced, there would be other parties with alternative perspectives on the matter. Complicated. The situation will rapidly grow out of control if the backstreet syndicates or fixers get involved, unless the head designates a taboo to prevent it. Even then, considering what she has been saying, yes, we must consider the possibility that they may be capable of absorbing the head technology as well, before they are expelled from the city. How do you plan on helping the people of the city, mayors? By giving them a chance to become Seaborns. I hate the plural Seaborn. Seaborn is already plural. What are you on about? Become Seaborns? She ain't all there either, eh? What kind of help is that? Mayors, you know that's no different from what the Church of the Deep is doing here. No, it is different. Because someone showered the city with the light. The light. The beam of light from the white nights and dark days instead. How do you... Could it be... Becoming a Seaborn is to become part of a great will called the V0.5. By doing so, one can be reborn as an altruistic life form, but at the cost of ego, the sense of self. And that's always been my issue with it. Everyone has beliefs of their own, dreams of their own. It feels too empty to lose all of that when they inevitably lose their sense of selves as they become Seaborns. Look, I want each Seaborn to have their own wishes. But the light shining through the dimensional door to our world is too faint to push them toward that evolution. If only the light of the city could become more tangible, it just might be able to give every Seaborn an identity of their own, to remain uniquely themselves. Then why is it that you advocate toward those of the city to join the Seaborns, when one could simply learn more of the light before returning here? At first, I thought all I needed was a clue to a better evolution, but Don Quixote's Tales of Adventures changed my mind. Mine adventures? You don't understand just how precarious you all are. And how would you, when you were born into that kind of world from the very start? A place where life has become a commodity and gold one of its few religions. The city has abandoned its yesterdays to survive today, and by doing so has given up on its tomorrows. Just as I needed the light, the city needs Seaborns. It needs their tenacious hold to life and their absolute unconditional selflessness. But at the end of the day, it still means that everyone has to turn into monsters. People ostracize the other. Something that isn't like me, something that feels alien to me, something I don't understand, don't know or understand. So that fear is natural, because Seaborns are not human. But you just have to cross that threshold once. Miss Mayers, do you believe the nature of humanity to be evil? Humans are selfish, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Good things can come from selfishness, that's for sure. But the side effects have become simply unsustainable. Doctor, you've been to countless battlefields where Rhodes Island has fought tooth and nail for the rights of the infected. But what came of it? Peace? No, it's the same. But still, we're all still getting better, little by little. I'm not trying to deride those small incremental steps and call them meaningless. Change takes time, and should it continue, I believe your efforts can be a beacon of light that will lead humanity toward a brighter future. But what about everyone who is sacrificed while you're taking your time, taking those incremental steps? Every single day of that incremental change is marked by unjust death. Some are enslaved for no other reason than their differences. People live on in that despair that seems to have no end. I agree with what the light told me. People are diseased. They're so sick that, even in the far-flung future, even on the day the world ends, they will continue to fail to look forward, obsessed with scrutinizing each other in search of those differences. Even when every Aegir returns to sea, they're still going to bully and hate everyone with pointed ears, labeling them Aegirs. Even when oripathy is truly eradicated, people are still going to suspect and persecute someone as the infected. People are imperfect beings. You're right. There probably isn't anyone out there who can really sacrifice himself for the sake of others with nothing but perfect selflessness. But not when it comes to Seaborn. They don't suffer from all this absurdity, nor are they coerced to sacrifice against their will. They have the power to progress toward a better future built from mutual understanding, because they're the kind of life form that seeks common ground instead of scrutinizing for difference. The bells. A strange shape formed shimmers and materializing before Mayers. I couldn't quite tell what it was, but it was round and it looked like a tool. It is possible that she had already met the conditions through Efflores. A possible explanation would be the absence of the particular pull required to draw it out of her, or the insufficiency. This isn't anything like yards. What is happening in front of Miss Mayers? Is our proximity to the dimensional door increasing the potency of influences coming from over the city? Precisely. The connection to Faust returning to normal levels seems to indicate that. Wait, can people in other worlds, Mayors, also manifest ego? Internal conflict and anguish is a commonality among every intelligent entity, regardless of whether they are from the city or not. Therefore, yes, Faust is quite positive on this possibility as well. However, what does that mean? The potential to effloresce an ego implies the potential to distort as well. Oh, here she is. You've been dreaming for a long time, Mayers, drawing your own pictures of an idealized world. And you have chosen the ocean as the means to building a path toward that vision. Yet, why have you failed to take the leap of faith yourself? I had to make preparations. Seaboards are beautiful, there's no doubt about it. It's just that a key piece was missing to really achieve what I want. You're not being honest with yourself. I know it very well that you were afraid of becoming one of them. The fear that your own creed might crumble, that you might lose your own sense of self, your ego. The fear that you might end up becoming nothing more than just another thing swept up by the ineffable, overwhelming will. Isn't it terrifying that this hope can just disappear in a blink? Who is she talking to? Is this something Limbus Company has experience with? If so, I'd appreciate an explanation. She's hearing that voice. She's hearing that voice! When that singular faith that one had absolute confidence in breaks in one fell swoop and their ironclad will is shattered, people of the cities have the potential to distort into a monstrous form at any time. It is said that these phenomena are often accompanied by the distorting individual hearing a disembodied voice. Indeed, those who distort would often behave as though they were engaged in a conversation. Of course, the same could be said for those who awaken ego. At first, I thought it was Kathy. But it wasn't her. The voice was beautiful, comforting, and even cozy. The kind of voice that put all deep contemplation to sleep. So calm and so warm. No. There is more to the sunshine than its warmth. The sunshine? Merceau referencing his fucking thing. You don't share your interest with the other devotees. Survival isn't what you care about. What you really care about is giving everyone a chance to experience what it feels like to live in a world of warmth, ephemeral it may be. Right, we have to be about more than just prolonging our existences. What really matters isn't survival, it's what we leave behind for posterity, our legacy. As long as there's a guarantee that the light can indeed protect the sense of self, it'll be more than enough to convince people to become seaborn. Please, you don't have to concern yourself with what other people might think, Mayors. But everyone has their own wishes. I can't just bulldoze over theirs to force mine upon them. But that's not what you really believe, is it? You know that better than anyone. While you hesitate, countless people who are bound to the inescapable bridle will continue to suffer. That might be true, but it's okay. You don't have to hide the shape of your heart, its colors. The only thing that you have to concern yourself with is how you can lead the people of the city, and then Terra. Okay, we can't just sit here and let this happen. Operators to position. Operators unavailable to approach. He's surrounded by a strange field, Doctor. Whenever someone would distort due to reasons other than the monolith, a strange pressure will prevent our approach, as though to stop us from interfering. Looks like that applies here too. All the way over in another world. Love is our collective destination, after all. So please, let go of this tool that might break your heart. Don't force yourself to walk the path of thorns. Your pilgrimage needn't be that of suffering. No, You don't believe in any recourse, do you? Other than this, anyway. Don't you think we should find a better, faster path with less suffering? Before more people inevitably hurt each other with their ill intent? You're right. If there is no recourse, it has to happen faster. I can't waste any more time while people suffer. Follow your wishes, follow your desires, and paint. Let's show them the painting of your world reflected in your eyes. Before the compassion they believe in becomes completely worthless. I see. Kinda like that abnormality we were talking about at the start. I understand the shape of your heart and what makes you want to enter the city. But we still know so little about the Seaboards, about Terra, about Iberia. Whatever may have lit the fire under your feet, I can't bring you with us to the city as you are now. Even before the sinners had the chance to translate my words, Mayor slowly turned in my direction as though she clearly understood my words. But I must, Dante. Your adventures were full of exhilarating tales, and I saw kindness in the every word and action of you and your friends, but that's not enough. You don't think they'll change? No, they will. In the far, far future. An incandescent brilliance burst forth from before me. Past that light, I saw the ocean. The calm sounds of gently lapping and crashing waves. The immense golden brilliance. A portal? Where did it come from? Dungeon of the Fathoms. A gate that leads into one's heart. This periphery is where LCB's important specialty begins. While what lies beyond this periphery does not necessarily warrant Rhodes Island's presence. Can you guys help? I don't know what kind of fathoms I'm walking into, but I have a feeling that we're going to need your assistance. Doctor? Dr. Kelsit? We're only here to investigate the dimensional door, but I don't want us to turn our backs on people we can help. Rhodes Island accepts Limbus Company's cooperation request. I'll go too. You're still in Iberia. I can't let Iberian business be handled solely by outsiders, let alone an incident connected to the Church of the Deep. Don't worry, it's not like this is the first time we're letting someone not in our group into a dungeon of the Fathoms. We'll be fine. More sea terrors. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that sea terrors that were swarming the lighthouse are coming this way as well. I'll call Scotty. You'll be staying behind? We'll be staying behind then. Amia will go with you, Tom. Following Mayors, who had already disappeared into the portal, we take our steps into the utopian world beyond. And that sounds like a dungeon, which I am not doing. Because I have gone far enough. Ugh, my voice hurts. I don't know how I managed to do the XP excavation without actually killing 10 enemies, but that is a thing that happened today. It's a short dungeon, so maybe a mirror dungeon run next up too. Maybe. We'll see on Sunday. Well, in any case, I should not have done that. Let's ask Royal about what from his script. Also nice, elusive. Let's see who's live. You know what? Icy's live. Icy is a Mahjong streamer I occasionally interact with, and I don't see him often when I end, so I'm gonna make use of this to raid him for once. In any case, I would like to thank everyone who came and watched me today. I would like to thank Phelan, Elusive Opportunity, and Nadia and Kirisame for keeping me company today. Go have fun with Icy Phoenix, have a nice night, and as always, don't be a stranger, because that's my job. I'll see you next time. Good night.